all of this, obviously, Mum, look at me, I made a mistake. Look how great I am. That's at the back of everything, right? And I mean, for example, when I was 15 or 16, and I did quite well in my O levels. There were O levels back then. And I called up my mum to tell her I'd done quite well in my O levels. Really, yeah.
What?
Because she felt like I was just trying to show her up, or that, she's drunk. She took it badly. I felt that it was me trying to say that she wasn't good enough, or that she'd done something, and I was so confused by that. That I thought, I'm going to show you, like, I'm going to make you want to. Anyway, my aim was I want to get my own show on MTV. That's what I want. And I got my own show on MTV. I presented the first show. And I went up to the dressing room afterwards. I cried and I cried and I cried. And I couldn't figure out why I was crying. And my sponsor, which is something you have in Narcotics Anonymous, who's there to help you decide for yourself. And she said, right, we picked it apart. And I said, it hasn't fixed the hole. It didn't make me think, oh, my mum's going to want me back. And then to top it all off, my mum did call me and say she'd seen it, because you could see it in France, because it was European. And she said, I think you should stop pulling the faces. You pull these faces. And I was like, that was not the desired effect. I did not want you to think that. I wanted you to think, wow, you're amazing, And so it was a really heavy moment. And then I thought, wow, I need to warn everybody. Being famous, you've got to do it for the right reasons. I did it for the wrong reasons. And now I'm here, and I've got this job, and I'm on the wheel, and I don't know how to, I can't get off. I didn't want to get off. I mean, I was enjoying my job. Don't get me wrong, working at MTV. My life. And MTV was one of them. But I think that realization that the thing that I was aiming for, that I thought was going to fix me, like, again, the end of something. And the start of another phase of my life. Somehow.
Well, I don't know what you want me to do about that.
You referred to. Is that whole
Go upstairs?
Yeah. I mean,
100%
I've never been to them. I can't believe it, but I sat.
The dog wants to see you.
I said to my boyfriend this morning, I'm going to do this.
Yeah, I know.
I am not going to cry. I'm like, I haven't done peers meeting specifically for this reason, because I was like, I am not going to sit in them. But it's because it's the thing, I could talk about my pain, so the cows come home and not feeling pain. It's so far removed from me, and it was a long time ago, and I've processed it.
Well, bring him down then.
Like, it's so alien, like 100% like this, sitting on the plane and just feeling so satisfying. And it's not like euphoria or a drug you have to fake high. It's content.
Is that you?
I believe it. And I don't know. I've been walking forwards. But I don't know how I got here. Just walked forward. Yeah.
Because the oil tank's empty.
I feel like I've grounded in a way that I've never had before. And I think it's so important to talk about this stuff, because at 55, if you were 30-year-old me, what's life going to look like at 55? I'm going to say, look at that. I probably won't be doing TV anymore, and I'll be really boring, and I won't be more, and so I think I could be right or wrong. Like, I've got to tell everybody quick. Tell everyone it's going to be okay. Stephen, it's going to be okay.
I've never had someone say to me that
Alright.
their feeling of happiness makes them
And when I think about, well, because I'm grateful, and I think because, you were talking about what makes you a positive person. I think it's because you think, it's been a roller coaster, right? For you, it's been a roller coaster. But like, it's not about Lambo or the house.
Roller coaster.
It's about this. And
Love.
your roller coaster and your journey and making it, and then realizing,
What have you been smoking?
and then you fixing
What have you been
yourself by
smoking?
being on a
What do you
journey
mean?
of
I got cigarettes.
self-discovery.
Where are they?
In the bag.
You massively are. You're talking to all these different people. You're like taking little bits from everything
Brought your coffee.
somebody says to you. You have a nice
Coffee.
That's a great tool. Thank you very much. I'm going to have that.
Where was that? At the?
You are healing yourself. This is your NA meeting. This is your recovery. Yeah, this is your recovery. And how amazing is that?
It's crazy.
What,
Yeah.
Jack?
But in,
He's just been waiting for you to wake up.
that are planted in you.
Why? Why'd you wait for me to wake
So
up?
life gets better, Mother Nature throws you crepey knees and crepey elbows and
Still
toes.
snowing?
Well, stop.
It also throws you a full heart and
I don't know why I thought you were gonna say hard
peaceful
on.
mind.
Nothing.
Your
Yeah,
career, your career in TV, that whole journey, it's been one of the most incredible careers
Oh, yeah.
people could ever hope for.
Possible city where you're
I'm
ever.
working on it.
I first enjoyed it because of Big Brother, but there's a career before that, and there's a long career after that. When you reflect on what advice you would give yourself, like why you made it to the very top of that pyramid, what is the answer?
This is another thing that I marvel at every day because I've been many times in my career where I've thought, this is it. It's interesting. After Big Brother finished, I contacted a friend of mine who was like a tech person. And I'd thought, like, after Big Brother, I thought, who am I? And where am I going to go? And it could all end. And as the person that was
Love you.
provided
Huh?
food and the food,
I love you.
it was on, like me, I had to
Huh?
think of my next.
Huh?
Years I
No.
don't
Or
know.
whatever.
I'm not sure how long television's going to last. I mean,
Hey, get a little fucking handsy there.
Who?
You.
What?
God, it's starting to hurt.
And I came up with an idea.
Beat you back.
I thought about it.
Is that something weird when I was at the grocery store? Lady gave the cashier this weird paper?
Advice, personal advice, mental advice, kitchen advice. I went to talk to
It looked kind of like a coupon paper,
but it wasn't.
but it actually looked like it was a government paper. And it was for the eggs that she got. Like almost like yeah, but it looked like it was a government
Yeah,
paper.
it's
But it's
Justin.
handwritten.
Justin Trudeau said it. It's
That was a one time.
no. We keep doing it.
The one time food rebate, grocery
Food
rebate.
stamps. We're at food stamps. now.
This wasn't food stamps.
What do
It
you
was
have
like a handwritten paper like this big, and it looked like it was from a fucking printer. And she got like a rebate off her eggs. She bought like four fucking things like of like 24 eggs.
Google it.
I tried to. Google won't do anything for me at this point. Like Google fucking is useless right now.
And something else will come along, but never just sit down.
Come here, Jacko.
I've never sat down and thought, I'm just gonna.
I didn't eat anything today.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna cook you.
Well, I'm
I've
gonna,
got no embarrassment or shame about emailing a TV.
maybe I'll have that
head of the TV company going,
that cream cheese bagel. You
What
bought
about
for
this?
me.
Can I present that if it happens?
Never mind.
Can I do this?
I'm cooking for myself. Like,
Okay.
To let me present Midlife Love Island.
It's okay, baby. I don't want it.
Fill a villa in Love Island with middle-aged people with the best backstories you have ever heard in your life. They've lived a life.
I've seen that girl somewhere before.
actually looks like the teacher that I messaged.
try going out with somebody of the same sex as them. They're like interesting people.
She looks like Tina Fey.
That's really
Yeah, I was like, I need to present a case.
What are they saying?
They said, oh, yeah, it's quite similar. We might
What do you want, Jack?
If I hadn't sent them that email in the first place,
Why don't you
they
eat your
would have thought
food?
about me for the other shows, maybe. You've got to make opportunities happen. They never just come to you. Keep walking. I'm always talking to my kids, just keep walking. Something will come. Kind of build the foundations and just
Eat that.
keep walking. As you're walk path. Don't sit and wait for the path to be laid because it will never come to you.
There's this word
Eat your
manifestation
food.
used in this conversation. What role and what does that mean to you? You know, you're talking there about correct. I almost liken it to the analogy I've given before is when you get in the car in the morning, you set the sat nav, which is the manifestation, but then you've got to drive. If you just do one, if you just drive, you're going to get lost. If you just set the sat nav, you're going to be in the garage all day. You have to do both together. You've talked about how you attack, like send an email, make your phone call, pass to the person at MTV. Then what role does like the manifestation play in all of that?
It's interesting because you said it's all very well putting it in. The sat nav is the manifestation, but then you've got to drive the car.
Yeah.
But in my mind, I see that if you know where you're going, your car self-drives. Like, you almost are always walking in the direction because you can see it. I know that at some point I will do this.
Interesting.
So I've sent this email to this, and I've just told you about it because this was a manifestation. It's triggered my memory that I told. I'm going to send a follow-up email today. Now, is my car self-driving? It kind of is, like, because I've been telling you about the manifestation because I had it in the first place. You just reminded me. I'm going to send the email.
That for me is the difference though, because there's so many people, and we all know them, that have sofa ideas. They'll turn to you while they're watching. Yeah, I've got this idea for this TV show. But it doesn't matter because they don't have the. I'm going to get up and send an email, and like you just said, I'm going to send another one. That for me is handling key in leadership.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
There's a lot of people that are going up, so, and then they just and nothing happens. And then there's some people I meet, and some people that sit here with me, really on nothing to lose first step, and you go, that was rude. You go, oh, really? You just like showed up there? We just begged them on email, and those are the people that I tend to sit here with.
So Anisha Roddick started the
Eat
body
your
shop,
food.
and she lit kind of my lit the kind of interest in lit the views. I mean, my interest in activism. And she was saying, you know, if you don't think that you have the power of one person, then you've never been to bed with a mosquito. She said, be as annoying as a mosquito. And I was like, I think that's me. I am as annoying as a mosquito. And that's the same, Stephen. When you see a kid and he comes up to you and goes, Stephen, can I have your number? Because I've got an idea and I want to come and picture to you. You go, yes, absolutely. Whereas other people might think, I can't do that because he's Stephen Bartlett, or I'll have to email him, or oh no, I've seen him on the telly, I can't approach him. But when you meet a Sainsbury kid and they go, can I come and shadow you for a day? Or something, yeah, sure.
Always respect the tenacity and the asking. I see myself in there every day.
Exactly.
Yeah, I remember I was doing this podcast one day and I was recording with a guest and I got up to walk out and the their entourage was their niece. And she goes to me, hi Stephen, I know you're leaving and I know you've just interviewed my auntie, but I have a podcast that just started, so can we record it now? I was like, of course. I was like, let's sit down. And we sat down and recorded for like 45 minutes for her podcast.
Stop it.
Her podcast is killing it. Shivani, isn't it? She's killing it now. Like, when I say killing it, she's actually killing it. She's like killing it now. But I remember doing a post on LinkedIn about that moment, tagged her in it and said, I just respect the ask, you know? Because my life has been riddled with moments. As I saw yours where I just said, you know, I have nothing to lose. But
Yeah, I have it.
in Manchester. What do I have to lose at that point? I just send
You said to bring
I remember Sam just
sportsman tomorrow.
Gave you 3 cameras. I sent an email. Go out with all the 3 cameras to start your business. When these emails to this vending machine company. They sell secondary schools 3 vending machines that we profit from. So I like the power of just like asking. Nothing to lose. Maybe my ego might take an L, but he doesn't fuck, but nothing to
And
lose.
what's the worst? But so when the worst has happened, it's happened.
Yeah.
You know, getting a no to me is just a yes that hasn't happened yet. I'm always like, oh, you're saying no, but you maybe not. Right.
Intel are sponsoring this podcast, and
Charger's gone.
Intel has made the search for a premium laptop so much easier by creating the Intel Evo platform,
Okay.
which is signified by
Helpful.
this sticky here in the corner. Laptop designs only repeat.
Join large-scale battles with military vehicles. The online action game War Thunder has received a major update. Direct hit.
In the United States, we often refer to our main source of energy as fossil fuels, oil, and gas, and they're fossil fuels because they come from fossil, ancient organic material, forests, jungle, plankton, dinosaurs. Held under the ground for millennia, they oil, gas, and coal. Everybody thinks that's true. On the other hand, there's evidence that maybe it's not the whole story. If that's where fossil fuels come from, if that's how hydrocarbons are made, then how come they're found so deep under the ocean, at the top of the Earth? How come one of Saturn's moons, according to scientists, has more oil and
What are you doing?
than Earth? Were there dinosaurs and planktons and forests at one point
What's the matter?
on one of Saturn's moons? Probably not.
I'm gonna tell
Fossils, where are they from? And why isn't this commonly known? And what are the implications of it? And what does it tell us about our modern climate change policy? These are not just esoteric questions, they're essential questions, actually, to start the future of energy in the world. Willie Soon has been thinking about this for a long time. He's an astrophysicist, he's a scientist, he's been 31 years at Harvard. He recently left, and he joined us here. Dr. Soon, thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor. It's a blessing to be able to come on your show.
Well, it's a blessing to have you. And this is such an interesting question with so many implications.
Yes.
And I want to spend most of my time on implications, but just to the strict question of where hydrocarbons come from, it sounds like they're not necessarily all from ancient forests or plankton or dinosaurs, are they?
Yes, the story can be a bit long, so give me a few minutes to explain. You are certainly right, but most important to clarify is that the information that is found on the largest moon on Saturn, which is called Titan, yes, is actually results from NASA, European Space Agency, and the Italian Space Agency, who built this spacecraft called Cassini. One of my thesis advisor, the committee, is actually built the UV spectrometer, but the one that they used to discover this, basically the ocean liquid form of methane, which is in ATP form, which is much more complicated than hydrocarbon, this whole ocean of it. Because Titan is in such a way that it's very cold, by the way, so it's minus 290 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
Hint. Where's the global warming there, right? If it's full of methane there, right? That's another problem because it's far away from the sun. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And
Excuse me.
clearly that the question of a
What do you think this
biogenic
is?
method between no need of any biology is true. Because we know, actually one experiment was done in 2009. It was done in Swedish Royal Academy, one of those groups, but it's done by one Russian leader. He was able to show that if you squeeze methane, CH4 in chemical formula, so 4 hydrogen, 1 carbon, in a form that in which they simulate the condition of the Earth's mantle, which is 1,800 miles deep, below the surface, because the Earth is deeper, right? And within this 18 months, but basically the condition that is only 40 to 150 miles in. that you actually can form complex hydrocarbons. You got benzene, you got ethane, you got all this other stuff forming. So that proved beyond doubt that you have such a way to make this. Plus that Titan proved beyond doubt. You actually see methane also. In all the atmosphere of Jupiter, you even find benzene in the rocks of Mars. And then for me, astrophysicist, I can tell you even more. You find this complex hydrocarbon called polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon. It's another one of those complex hydrocarbons. Then actually you found it in interstellar space, which is space within stars, intergalactic space. It's a because temperatures there are cold and probably the right pressure conditions, all this complex hydrocarbons.
It's kind of incredible because all of us, including myself until very recently, assumed that all of our main energy sources are these so-called fossil fuels, and of course their existence is going to be limited by the amount of fossils, by the amount of decaying organic material.
Not so.
So if that's not so, then we need to rethink a lot of things.
A lot. I think this one fit into a paradigm, a famous economist that I like very much. His name is Simon. You know about this guy named Simon? Julian Simon, yeah, the key guy, University of Illinois and then Maryland. He was the guy who said that the ultimate resource of humanity or Earth is actually not all this material thing like uranium, gold, because uranium, there are far more uranium in the oceans than on the land, right? You have 4.5 billion tons of uranium in the ocean. You have only 17 million tons of that. Gold, copper. What do you want on the ocean? It's all there except they're in very dilute form.
Yeah.
Really. So the ultimate resource actually is not that, it's the human mind. It's the innovation part of it. I think I like that principle a lot, and it fits very well in terms of saying that it's all matter of cost. Even oil. I don't know if any of you know, the audience know that 50 to 60% of actually all the oil that you already drilled, the drill hole.
Hey, it's Tucker Carlson. Something big is coming. You can probably feel it. Everybody can feel it. The next 12 months is going to be a wild time, probably like nothing any of us has ever seen. An economic meltdown, an unresolvable presidential race, unprecedented global migration, entire populations moving from continent to continent, metastasizing foreign wars, chaos. Suddenly, everything seems at stake. Control of the world and of your soul. How are you going to respond to all of this? The first step is knowing what's actually happening. That's not easy. Who's an ally? Who's an enemy? You can't always tell. What's true and what's a lie? Sometimes it's hard to know. There's so much deception. Big media companies won't help. Their job is to manipulate you. The government? Please. When was the last time you believed a word they said? Probably before COVID. We've been thinking a lot about all of this for the past 8 months. We traveled to various countries around the world to see what America looks like from far away. Sometimes distance gives you perspective. We've decided that we need something new, something relentlessly honest that the corporate gatekeepers can't touch. So we built a company called Tucker Carlson Network. We're rolling it out starting now. You may have already seen some of our content on X. Expect a lot more of that. Interviews, documentaries, analysis, facts, and honesty every day. Got a lot of good people working on this, and we think it's going to make a difference. You can head to tuckercarlson.com to learn more. We hope you will. Thanks.
Get a fucking Tucker Carlson ad while watching Tucker Carlson.
My first encounter with consciousness from another world was when I met someone in 2010 whose most recent past life took place on another planet. I could look into their past life and see and feel their planet through them.
Oh my god.
It was a fully enlightened world. There was no
literally
comment. Every being was fully embodying their light in form without distortion. Total joy, total peace, and resonance.
Get out of the
I
closet.
also remember quite vividly something that happened during a group clearing call I was leading for several thousand light workers in 2017. It was the first time I witnessed a dying world, a world where the lights went out, where all life was wiped out by the decisions made and actions taken by the dominant species on that planet.
Oh, yeah, you can only pull out 40 to 50% of it. 60% of that remains in it because simply because we get it out. This is why the idea of abiogenic oil is interesting. It's true, clearly true. It's all a matter of cost, really, because this thing has to form way inside the earth, the mantle, which is 50 to 100 miles, right? Human, how deep have we ever drilled? Only the skin, which is 6 miles basically. That's at most that we can do. And then all this stuff I have to permeate into the reservoir. I got this information from the top people that physically have to look for oil every day. One of my friends, Joseph Lime Cooler from Beacon Energy, offshore energy. Those are the guys who work day in and day out to bring us the energy, actually, the oil that we need.
So why do most people think that the gasoline in their car was by
It
definition?
has to be limited, yeah.
Yeah, that there's just a tiny amount and it's going away. We'll never
Oh,
find
the world is full of untruth and half-truth, right? That's why for so long, even the idea that we are not limited and bounded by availability of, let's say, gasoline, petroleum, or coal. Coal now they won't allow us to use, right? As you know, in COP meeting in Dubai that just ended a day ago, they just physically declared themselves that we should stop using fossil fuel. Basically, petroleum, natural gas, and even coal. These people are really insane. I think they're going to harm more people with their own delusion. Plus, I always remember, these are people who actually don't represent the majority. Since when I just put up to work? It's always about this minority, the tyranny of the few, always robbing the whole census, the good census of the good people. This is part of the reason why, as a scientist, I also speak out. Not afraid of anything except for just telling the truth.
Cool.
And I'm glad to have this opportunity to say such things in your show.
So, if we haven't been told the truth about where hydrocarbons come from, right? And we haven't. I mean, I've never met a single person in my life who said, "Wait a second, they're not a fossil fuel." Then we keep hearing there's a scientific consensus on climate change. Every scientist believes the same thing about it. Believes Al Gore and John Kerry. Maybe that's not true either.
Oh, that I can tell you. Please, thank you for asking that question, Tucker. I've been working on this subject of CO2 causing climate change, or what other factors we can ask that cause climate to change, for close to as long as since my postdoctoral year 1991, right? So it's about 31 years, 32 years. And on this question, I think we have a very definitive answer. What we know now is CO2 ain't gonna cost nothing. It's not gonna change much of the climatic system, which means it won't change the speed of the hurricane. It won't change how fast or how frequent tornado forms. It won't even actually make any difference to the polar bear population. It's all conservation issue, right? On polar bear, it won't even cause how much fish you don't catch or catch. It won't even cause what they call ocean acidic. It won't even cause this problem that they claim. It's all artificial. Everything they do, it's all dreamed from their model and the tyranny of the few again. That those few people just dream up this scary story that it just ain't true. And then when you come down to the most responsible group for this kind of bad stuff, I was reminded by my colleague, Dr. Ronald Connolly and Michael Connolly, work with me on my group, is to say that since I work so carefully and I have about more than 100 scientists in the last 3 years alone working with me, so I don't speak on behalf of members. My view is that the UNIPCC, United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, is one of the primary causes which is misleading people. They've been using authority of science, right? Governmental hackers, basically, right? People like John Kerry, who I guess can barely take a proper physics class, who keep claiming that greenhouse effect is so simple, right? And then he refused to explain how does it work. Right? I mean, he did all of that. It's very terrible. That really embarrassed me. Heck, he did that in Bali, in Indonesia, several years back. It's just so embarrassing. So even Al Gore will claim to know something about science. I challenge Al Gore. I did some of that in his face, actually. I was lucky enough to be in one of those Wall Street Journal eco conference, and I was setting up with all the UC Santa Barbara students. Please make sure when the question comes up,
Do this every morning to clear stuck mucus from lungs and breathe easy all day long. Short or weak breathing.
Oh, give me the mic. Well, I was making friends with them the night before.
Go eat your
I
food.
explain now my details of my work.
Eat your food.
So I got the mic and asked questions about alcohol because one of the primary sad things that they refuse to recognize, that I know you know that in even grade school sciences, CO2 is the gas of life. When you have more CO2, the plant kingdom, the whole ecology, even the oceans, gonna have more, basically, ability, more fishes, more everything. More life, essentially. That's why it's called gas of life. And these people want to demonize it as some gas that can cause global warming, can cause hurricanes to run faster, weaker. I don't know what they want. To have more rain, more droughts, and all this other nonsense that they claim. All of that, it just ain't so. That's the problem. By the way, this is how serious I am. I check everything they say. I check. As a scientist, you cannot just dismiss them. You cannot laugh at them. You cannot, chide them. You cannot just make joke of them. You check everything. So as a very serious scientist, and I publish scientific papers refuting all of this argument. Scientific papers maybe mean nothing to the average people, but it's really important. It's like a document that you have the document and then put out the proper scientific arguments about what is right, what is wrong. So that's what we have been doing at my particular center called series-science.com. So anybody who wants more information about this, please go to the website, right? And study what we do there, because we are the one that is truly independent from any funding agency. Any money that you could possibly give me, like Bill Gates, please don't give me money, thank you. And all Al, please don't give me money. Don't give me any money if you tell me what to do. Money, I might not want it. But the point is that I want to be independent, just like you. In the media, I want to be fearless. I just set my own agenda. You don't tell me what to research either. I research what I want to research. So we've been researching on many, many topics. So on the climate change issue, I'm fully convinced. After all these years, even though we may not know exactly what is causing climate change, we suspect it's the sun. We have a lot of evidence to show that it's probably the sun. Very high percentage, like I would say 90% for sure, but not 100%. But carbon dioxide is not the gas, it's not the what you call like your thermometer in your room can adjust up and down that you can set the temperature to be whatever level you want it. First of all, they can never tell us what temperature do they want it at. What is the temperature you want to set the global temperature? Al Gore has not been able to answer that. John Kerry has not been able to answer that. Because we know the temperature from the coldest in Siberia to the desert in Sahara. I mean, these are huge, at least 100 degrees or more kind of differences.
Yeah.
I mean, who are you to tell me which temperature is the correct temperature? Where you guys are talking like that. They are talking as if they are assuming God, that's not themselves. I mean, these people are so ambitious that in some sense, I think we have to keep their ambition down a little bit. I mean, these people are not contented, just like what you put out there. You cannot be ambitious when you're contented, but these people are so out of their mind in some sense that I think it's misleading. And somebody has to speak out against them. I think you are one of those who consistently point out their hypocrisy, right? And I really find that the whole problem of this global warming is a complete nothing, which means we should do nothing about it. Just go on and live life and adapt to it, right?
So of course I agree completely, but here's what I don't understand. Global temperatures have dramatically fluctuated within the period that humans left records. I mean, not that long ago. I mean, there are cities underwater because sea levels have risen within recorded history. The signs of the glaciers are all around us.
Yes.
So that was all before the internal combustion engine. How do they explain that?
This is the problem. They admitted. A lot of them admitted. They willingly admitted. You can read all.
You can't deny it. I mean, we had glaciers and then they melted.
Take part in large-scale battles of War Thunder, an epic multiplayer action game with military vehicles. Tanks break through the enemy's defense line. Jet aircraft tear through the sky.
Of course, the confession. I mean, these are the confession times. It's the sun, actually. That does a lot of this. The glacier, like the period called Little Ice Age, from about 1300 to 1900, right? Very cold. And then there's a medieval warm period from 880 to about 1200. It was warm. I mean, you can grow wine in England, right? Now you cannot grow wine, right? Things like that. I mean, Greenland was green back then. Yeah. But now it's full of glacier. Ice is coming in. So what are you talking about exactly? And it was the sun actually. The sun fit quite well. As far as we know, in terms of deducting the information of how does the sun, how bright was it, how dim was it? Basically, just like that, just the amount of light coming out from the sun. Very tiny percentage, by the way, very small. It's on the order of less than 1%, but it's more than enough because there's another effect, very important. It's basically because the sun, the Earth is forced to go around the sun, and then the orbit changes ever so slightly because of the planet. Yeah, so Jupiter, Saturn, and even Venus and Mars, they are actually controlling what we do. And the moon, of course, is very important. But 10 other factors, the orbit, plus the of the sun by itself, between how bright, how dim it is, these two factors can explain just about everything that we know. All the data that I have, actually. So I've been this is why I was so fascinated in studying this issue. I spent my whole life actually studying this. Nothing but doing just this. And the more I understand, the more I think that, wow, it's just a gap to be filled in. We have too much information that. And then these people come along and say that CO2 is causing everything. I check. Oh, maybe they're right. I check. As a scientist, I have to check them. But then it's not even close. I mean, these people are talking about things that there's a famous phrase by a very famous Wisconsin meteorologist. His name is Professor Rick Bryson. He's one of the really. You just say that you go out and then you might as well, if you think CO2 is so, you stick into the air.
What a fucking shit, man.
It's the sun. Why do you think the most important thing that we should talk about? We never talk about that. They always want to average the data. The most important thing they should talk about, you know what? It's the season. No two winters are the same, no two summers are the same. They never expect all this with the sun changing it every cycle. I have papers like that on all this to show and document why and how. That's what the fun part of doing science. It's not only chatting, hand waving like crazy. You have to be, even though I may look like one now, but I am always very calm when you write down. You know, like every time I have to write a paper, I always tell my wife, please, don't disturb me for a few days. I'll be back. Things like that. Of course, working at home, but I'll be back.
So is there any way to predict what climate change will be based on?
Actually, you can't because of the orbit. The only thing we don't know is how to predict the sun changes by itself because the magnetism, just the magnetic field on the sun is too complicated. The sun is the magnetized ball, right? It's a gas, hot gas. It's about, the magnetic field is so strong, it's 10,000 times stronger than the Earth. The Earth is also a magnet, a bar magnet based here. It's 1 Gauss, you have 10,000 Gauss at least on the sun. So it's a very different property. And it works very differently because it's heated by basically a thermonuclear reaction inside the sun. So it created all kinds of hot gas behavior that's very difficult to try to master or even to model using mathematical equations. Actually, it's much easier to study the Earth than to do the sun. So that's part of the problem in scientific tasks, the physics task. It's very difficult. But then we learn a lot. We learn a lot through just watching the sun. I mean, Galileo Galilei, right? He pointed his telescope. He was smart enough. First, he pointed to the Jupiter, the moon, right? Jupiter, then he saw the moon, right? He saw 4 moons around it. And then he's smart that he goes the next day to watch it again. He watched and then he started to move. By the way, the famous story of Galileo Galilei, we'll talk about it someday. He wrote that down. Initially, it was Italian. When he realized he discovered something so unique, he changed the language to Latin. And the next day, I got it, man, the good one. So he started writing in Latin, precise language. Okay, but anyway, for the sun, it's really so complicated that actually I've been studying this actually as long as you know me. I mean, I studied this for so long. We know a lot. I even wrote a popular book actually trying to explain why that during a period of the sunspot, so Galileo Galilei started in 1609, 1610 or so. So we have about now 413 years of data. But there's a period that deep inside the Little Ice Age, 1645 to 1715, is the Maunder minimum. Because during that period, the sunspot almost all disappeared, especially in the northern hemisphere.
If you're an older adult wanting to learn guitar, I have a question for you. What's the difference between a guitar beginner who bought their first guitar years ago but never got past
Your
It
fucking
disappeared
countless.
completely. Nobody know why. And that's why the French astronomer, famous people like Cassini, the one that the Cassini spacecraft, he was observing at that time. He said, man, this Galileo guy must be on either drinking too much or lying or things like that. He said there's a transport, but we observe at this time, we didn't see nothing. What's wrong? But it's an actual phenomenon, right? My friend, my good friend, is the #1 world transport historian. He just wrote email to me, Douglas Hoyt. He actually was the master of this, collecting all the sunspot data, going back to all the major libraries, from Galileo first point, all the way to present point. Basically found that this phenomenon is true because during that period, the sunspot was not there, not because nobody was watching. It was at least observed 80% of the time during the 70 years. You see, it's so unique, that period. But now we're beginning to try to learn what happened there. So during that period, we really think that the dimmer, substantially dimmer. This is why you have this little ice age phenomenon. All the Thames River was froze. We have the Thames River in England, well known, and then all the ice skating thing, in Holland, all the different cultures. And then these are all real, actual phenomena. And then this day they try to say that maybe little ice age is not little ice age. They even try to change that in scientific field, actually. So this was very, very puzzling for me. Why did they try to change that? Oh, I don't know, because they want to say that CO2 is controlling everything. They kind of want to have CO2 as the prime driver of everything. This is part of the problem that I find.
Well, that's not science. That's lying.
It's bad. It's bad in science. This is why in science now, I rather say this thing outright. I'd rather have questions that cannot be answered, and because these people are just offering you the answer. Shut up, like you say. Don't ask any questions. Don't criticize. Don't even bother to think. Just accept what we say. I mean, you may have known that this. Actually, if you want to get there, I can talk about this because this is rather famous. Because the other person is still around. He's the one who's shouting up and down these last 2 days to say that, oh, we must stop fossil fuel. GOP is so evil. We must stop all of them because we are the GOP are the evil political bodies in America that causes all this fossil fuel to be using fossil fuel and all that. His name is Professor Michael Mann. He's at University of Pennsylvania. Yeah. He created a paper, we call it the hockey stick.
Yeah.
It's a hockey stick. He basically say that the temperature history, first of all, the true temperature history looked like this. That it was very warm from 800 AD, let's say warm, and then it cools down, about 1300 started to go down, cool, and then since about 1900 century started to warm back up. Way before CO2 is important, okay? That's another puzzle that they never want to explain. They look like this. That's the real story. Michael Mann came along and said that, well, he used mathematical algorithm. Okay? He can use fancy words, but believe me, it's just mathematical algorithm. But he produced a stick for 880 to about 1980 is all flat because it changed. It changed very tiny amount. So small that actually it doesn't mean anything. 0.1 or 0.2 degrees Celsius, so small. It doesn't mean, the one that I talk about that change is 1 degree at least, for 5-6 times strong, bigger than what he said. And then he just said it's like this, and then it warmed up because of the blade, which is the warming because of rising carbon dioxide. And he forgot to explain to you, this warming of the temperature started way before even the human part of the atmospheric carbon dioxide could be anything meaningful. This is part of the problem. It's all been crazy from day one. When this thing was published in 1999, I was the first few guys who raised a hand at the back of the class and say, excuse me, Professor Mann, he used to be my friend, by the way. Now he will never answer me. He used to exchange email with me because, we more or less share the same passion, want to understand things. Now he just say that his story is the only one that is correct. But it's not backed out by any data that we know. That's the problem. It's a mathematical product. This is how scary the whole world can be. And United Nations, the IPCC group that I mentioned, promoted his work, turned it into a major hero because he has solved one of these old puzzle problems that climatologists over millennia have been trying to solve since the day of the Greeks, to try to understand how climate change. And this guy come along say that only CO2 does it. And that's the problem. So, I mean, it just ain't so.
Some of this is very complex, but in the way you're describing it, if he's saying the warming periods began before there was a meaningful addition of CO2 into the atmosphere caused by humans, even I can understand that.
Yes.
Right. You want to be great? You need to sacrifice.
You see that?
This is crazy. It's called a BlackBerry. This will change the world.
Jim McCall, Samuel Spade.
What a tough guy you once were. That's the truth. So I would assume that lots of scientists who do this for a living might be asking the same question. Why don't they speak up? This is the problem. The whole problem in science these days is related to funding. How science is funded. That philosophy, I wish to not get too much into it. This is part of the reason why I want to be totally independent. Get out of this whole system, right? But it's how science is about funding. Even if you don't get money directly, it will influence the graduate students and on and so forth. All these other related effects, And many people are afraid to speak up. But I tell you, if you really put all the scientists to an honest kind of polling, if the science, but science is not about polling too. All it takes is one to be correct. Yeah. That's the problem, right? Einstein used to, when he formulated the famous general relativity or special relativity, actually, that was criticized. That basically talk about speed of light is constant. So time and space are relative. Yeah. Right? Time can be dilated, space is also slightly different because the speed of light is constant. Special relativity is based on that concept. Then 100 of these Berlin academicians trying to write a pamphlet say that Einstein is wrong, but never also why. What is the details that is wrong? And then Einstein indeed answer like this.
Part. It was later, Microsoft.
The Brontosaurus that goes to 2 legs.
Okay.
See that? That's where I learned never tighten the fan belt with the engine running. This bald patch, it means don't connect.
You know poop is coming, but you have nothing to fear.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Tommy, chill. Sorry. Wait. Are you telling me nothing's broken because I asked you to tell me nothing is broken? Or are you telling me nothing is broken because nothing is broken? Nothing's broken. Oh, great. I need some coffee. Promise me you'll stop when the left side of your face goes numb.
This is amazing!
No, it's all right.
It's perfect!
You're right, it's perfect. No one can build a more perfect car. I'm a genius.
Boy, little genius. I also brought muffins, guys. Brain food.
And cappuccino. Who wants a cappuccino? When we get paid for the car, we can get a cappuccino machine. Ooh, and you can have an aneurysm. You know what else we can do? We get a car shop. We have a cappuccino machine. Car shop, cappuccino machine. Car box.
Take your cut off. I'm proud of all of you. Team Titus has built their first magazine cover car.
What? Why are we laughing? Because we've been here for 2 days and we're to that place beyond tired where everything's funny.
Have a muffin.
Muffin.
I'm going home and going to bed.
No. I'm going to finish my muffin, then I'm going to get a couple hours of sleep, and then at 9 o'clock, I'm going to show the client the car and get our money. Woo-hoo!
It's 8:45.
Woo-hoo!
Oh, damn it. I have to call my boss.
Woo-hoo!
Hey, Doug.
Hey, so is this it? Yeah, Doug, this one's yours. You know the difference between a plain old geek and an internet geek? $400 million. That's a geek. I love it. Good. Write that big stinky check. Pick the paint. Pick the upholstery. Pick. I've been up 36 hours. Guys, I will handle this. Doug,
Big stinky check, please. Right. Oh, I just had a thought. Now, I'm thinking outside the box here, but you know what would make this car really cool? No, tell me, what would make this car really cool? Okay, follow me here. My uncle used to race these cars, those funny, dirty little cars that go sideways, big wheels. Sprint car. Yes, sprint cars. I love the way you guys talk. They have that thing on the roof. Chimney? Wing.
Yeah, those are cool.
And expensive. Cool and expensive. Yeah, I want that. The check is getting stinky. Wait, you want a wing on the roof of a 32 Ford Coupe? Ooh. He wants a wing on the roof of a 32 Ford Coupe. Ooh. The bad thing about saying your dream out loud is that somebody will hear it and try to adjust it to fit their dream. And your dream doesn't fit. You're walking around with your dream riding up on you. Johnny. Dad, now I have a hot rod business. Check it out.
Now you're paying rent. Check it out.
Doug, can you give me a minute? Yeah, no problem. Okay, you guys really want to do this? I'm thinking about this ticket to Australia in my mind. Hello? Yeah, hello. No. Yeah. No. Right away. Not ever. Okay? I totally agree. Good. Okay. Okay. Hold on. So you put the wing on. Great. Just tell me the new total and I'll cover it. Great work so far. Bye. Hello? Hello? What the hell are you talking? That guy's insane.
I know. We can charge him whatever we want.
No, Titus is right. We're not going to rip the guy off. No, we're not ripping anybody off. We're not charging him anything. We're not doing it. But you just said you would. No, I didn't. You said no. He said okay. You said good. He said okay. You said okay. He said bye.
I think we're doing it.
No, we're not doing it. Titus, we need the money. Hey, you know what? It's not about money. It's about the thing where money's not important. Communism? Poverty.
Hold on. Integrity.
Thank you, honey.
And whatever you're talking about, I agree with Tommy. We need the money.
I first learned about integrity from my father. He never ever missed one alimony payment to any of his 5 wives. You bastard!
Don't you take care.
You cheated and lied to me!
I cheated. I didn't lie. If I lied to you, you'd never know I cheated. Don't question my integrity.
You're right, Christopher. This is about integrity.
Thank you, baby.
The integrity of keeping your business and not screwing your friends.
Oh, so thank you, baby. Doesn't really apply here, does it?
For 2 years, I have been working a job I hate to be late for. See you soon. What about my dream?
I thought I was your dream.
I got you. I want my MBA. Christopher, you're not being fair. You keep changing the rules, and I'm never going to get back to school.
But you're so smart already.
Honey, please don't make me stay at a job I hate because you're not willing to put antlers on a roof.
It's a wing.
I don't care if it's a beach. Just do it.
No. Goodbye, Australia.
Okay, fine. Do what you want to do. You're going to do that anyway. I have to go back to my hateful job. But you stay here and wallow in your integrity and all the goodwill you're creating with all your friends. Take my muffin.
Hey, guys. Muffins.
Ooh.
Wow. You must feel really bad. I mean, the Titus high performance dream ride, that's over. I mean, you know, your dream, just all this dashed into bits. I mean, look at you. You're just friendless.
You're loveless. We're not doing it.
Oh, come on, it's just a wing. Everything here sucks.
Tommy, you have to trust me here. I have never screwed you over. As an adult.
Real life spies.
I'm a writer. Why would they care about me?
Because you're a fortune teller, Ellie. What you wrote in your Argyle series turned out to be real. And now actual spies are after you.
It's time to meet the real Agent Argyle.
Oh my God.
Argyle, only in theaters.
Dave and I tried a lot of dangerous stuff when we were kids. And Tommy was always right there with us. Trying it first.
Looks too far. Come on, Tommy. The penguin does it all the time. My turn. Dave, we should climb down. Oh!
I still limp when it rains.
You know, there are like 200 bones in your body you didn't break. How come you never talk about those?
All right, but I'll talk about this. I'm your partner, so I have a say in this too. And I say, we're doing it?
The wings on the roof.
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Who's on the phone? Tommy got me to leave a dead-end job and help me fulfill a lifelong dream. He saved my soul. So, I'd save my own soul eventually.
I found it, the future home of Titus High Performance.
Wow, Tommy, it's great. We all got our coveralls on and knocked out our front teeth. We could live here.
I have a toilet.
And a skylight.
And the concierge. Tommy, you're wasting my time. It sucks.
You're right. You're right. You should just stay working at the dealership. You bitch about it to me constantly, while you continue to grow that malignant tumor you started the day you took the job.
How long have you been saving that?
This is our future.
That's one we're gonna have to kill. No, I'm the boss, and I don't want to pull rank here. But what does the back of that say?
It says Titus High Performance.
Are you Titus? Are you performance? Are you high?
Are you stubborn? Are you arrogant? Are you being a Scotia overbearing?
I'm committed. I'm doing the right thing. I'm integritous.
Integritous?
It's a word.
I'm Integritous. It's my gladiator name. Titus, what are you doing?
I'm being integritous. It's when you don't do something because you believe it's not the right thing to not do. And if you have it in you, then other people will follow you and not do it with you. So then when everyone gets together and they don't do the wrong thing together because it's wrong, that's how things get done right.
No, I mean, what are you doing under the car?
I'm taking it apart.
Why?
Because in pieces, it's harmless. But together, like the internet geek wants it, it's pure evil. Don't worry. I'm okay. Didn't hurt.
Oh my God, are you okay?
Okay, I'm okay. I'm just stuck under it.
Get the jacket.
Oh, he's stuck in the car. Don't touch the jacket. He moved the jacket in the car. The only thing it's supporting is my rib cage. No, don't touch the jacket. What did you do? I broke the jacket. That's what are we gonna do? Okay, all right. Can you feel this? Ow! His spine's still intact. All right. Okay. Here's okay. I'm gonna grease him up, and we're gonna slide him out.
No. Before you try to squirt me out, why don't you try to find somebody with a jack?
Dad's got a jack. Yeah.
No. Don't go there. Don't go there. Don't go there! My father was never one to teach me. He was one to stand back and let the scars of learning happen. See that? That's why I learned never tighten the fan belt with the engine running. This bald patch, it means don't connect the black wire to the red wire.
Did you block the wheels?
Dad, I'm 17 and I know how to jack up a car.
What have we learned?
Cars are heavy.
Car's still heavy, boy?
Could we stop the mocking and humiliation until I get out from under the car?
No. You know, I can't get the right expression. Will somebody please pee on him?
They unzip and die. Mr. Titus, I think we should let him out.
What, nobody's gonna pee on him or shave his head? Damn, I missed the 50s.
Come on, help me with the jack.
Tommy, how many more roofs are you gonna jump off before you realize he is not always right?
Dad, stop. What?
Look, he is trapped under the car. How many chances like this are you gonna get? At best, one thing like this comes up every 13 years.
I feel uncomfortable peeing on him. I'm not family.
No. While he's under the car, you put the wing on the top.
Oh, he doesn't want us to. But we could. Could we? No, we couldn't.
Sure you could.
Hey. All right, you guys are not going to do this. I am the boss here. You are the helpers. You are the elves. Elves?
I am not an elf.
Red hair, freckle face, pointy chin, some curly shoes. You are an elf. Not an elf. Yes, you are elf. Shut up. 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 Elf.
Now, Dave, we could do this, but he'll be really mad. He's already mad. That's true. He's already mad.
I'm really mad.
He's really mad.
How many times should he kill you, huh?
That's true. Dave?
I'm not an elf.
An elf wouldn't have the guts to put a wing on a car.
But a gladiator would.
Every time a car falls on me, something bad happens.
Well, that looks hideous.
It sucks.
Looks like crap. Good job, boys.
One day I'll lose weight and slide out.
Oh my God. I'm so proud of you. You made the car really, really ugly just for me.
You're welcome. Honey, I'm stuck under the car. I'm trapped.
Trapped?
Yeah, you guys are so busted.
I kept these two from peeing on him.
Up there right now. Honey, are you all right?
Well, I got a slight tickle in my throat and a car on me!
We had no idea about the tickle. Look, we were just about to let him out, and then the jack broke. Then we had to call Mr. Titus, and he wanted to come over here and shave his head. And we said, no. And then he came over here. Oh, look, see, he's out. Oh, God. Aaron!
I would blame him if he killed Jack.
You gonna kill me?
No.
Are you gonna fire me?
No.
Are you gonna beat me senseless?
No.
Can we go surfing?
Why, sure. And Dave, thanks for not peeing on me.
Hey, you're welcome.
Bud sauce à spag comme celle de Martine, Bud. Tête Bud.
Les capsules Tide Pods Ox Ultra.
Ça partira, cette bitch!
Ben non, Martine, il n'y en a pas de problème. Tête Bud, pas de trouble.
Hey, Tommy, thanks for peeing on my dream.
See, that's the problem, Titus. It's my dream too, but you don't want to recognize that.
Well, this is your dream? To build a hot rod with a tanning bed on the roof?
No, it's to run a successful business, to give the customers what they want, but you won't even let me do that. You won't let us do collision work. We can't do insurance work. We can't sell out. We're not selling out. We're not selling anything.
Oh.
Good one.
You know what?
You guys are right. Huh?
What boy?
We should do collision.
What?
Oh no! Hey! What are you doing?
Yeah.
Well, we're done. We don't need those. Honey, we're the collision guys now, you know? Oh, wait, let me practice. Ma'am, your car looks just like new, Mrs. Johnson. Oh, and hey, I saved you $30 by using aftermarket parts and lots of Bondo. Oh, now I'm gonna be Tommy. Okay, I'm the great Bondini, the Bondo magician. Tommy, what are they gonna say about you in 50 years? That you helped build the baddest cars on the road? Or Tommy Shafter? Damn, that guy could pound out a dent. Hello? Oh, Mrs. Johnson is here. Hell yes. Hey, Doug. Dude, he's on the phone. It looks great. Thanks. Shh. Probably making some big internet deal. I'm gonna have to write you guys a hell of a check. See? Hey, he's talking to us on the phone.
No, you're in the room. What's wrong with you?
I love it. You guys should hire me as a consultant. Hell yes.
You like that?
Hell yeah. I mean, the only downside is that your name is going on something that was my idea. Bondini?
No, it's not.
What?
It's hideous. No car comes out of Titus High Performance with a tanning bed on the roof. I'm sorry, but that's an embarrassment.
That's one opinion. What's your opinion?
Ah.
Titus, what are they going to say about you in 50 years?
He owned a plane. Everyone has dreams, goals, and aspirations. Thanks to Columbus's discovery, millions of Native Americans died of smallpox. Madame Curie died of radium poisoning. Galileo died of stuff. What's your dream worth? There's a lot of zeros. I'll get back to you.
Mais quel beau!
Can you get the fuck off the TV? You. Oh my god.
I've learned to control my anger. I can seethe, I can crank the furious like that. My decision. I'm good at living. I'm pissed off right now and you can't even tell. Because I'm in control. Now.
Closer, gang, closer! Yeah! I know you see me in the rear view. I'm gonna stuff your little honor student right at the tailgate lane. Take it out!
You missed! I don't jump off cars anymore. I've learned to channel my anger into something more constructive. Spite.
I spent hundreds of hours and thousands of dollars of my own money to restore and build a car for my dad, to make him pay for all the years he said I was a loser. Who's the loser now, guy with the new car? Ha ha! Spite.
This car is beautiful. Your dad is going to be so proud.
Yes, he is. He's gonna say he's proud after I shove this car right up his ass. Because it's his birthday and I love it.
So you've taken this loving gift and made it into something evil.
So that's why I love you, because you get it.
Debbie's gonna hate this tie.
We're not going back. Paisley.
Who's Debbie?
Our waitress.
You already know the waitress we're having?
Tommy had sex with the waitress we're having.
No wonder you wanted us to drive all the way to Canada for Papa Titus's birthday.
It's only Napa, and yeah.
If sex were water, Tommy hasn't had any sex for 2 years.
Why do you keep thanking me?
No reason. Want to go again?
Sure.
Thank you.
Waitresses make the best dates. Because after the sex, you bring your stuff.
Wait, Tommy. Papa Titus is sitting in a restaurant talking to Debbie. I hope the sex was memorable because it might be another 2 years.
He doesn't know about her. I only told you guys.
Oh, well, is that a secret?
Oh, I almost forgot. You know what this car needs? Now it's wrapped.
Now it looks like a present from the car fairy.
How would you decorate it so your dad would like it?
Hang a human ear from the rear view.
Dude, check out that guy.
Okay, we can take him. He's only doing like 85.
That was not a challenge.
I was raised 2 minutes from Fremont Drag Strip. 1 minute if Dad let me drive. Challenge? I'll race you through a car wash. Okay, this is not a race, all right? You suck. I'm just getting Tony to the restaurant before Dad gets to the scout story.
No. There's no scout story.
Now, which one of you had the homosexual experience at camp?
I parked the car. I was putting calamine lotion on his poison ivy.
Christopher, you're going 110.
Buckle up.
Please don't do this.
I just want to get past this guy.
No, you want to finish first on Racetrack Earth.
That's why I love you, see. You get it.
At 110.
You slow us down with the cheek flap.
When you write, your tone influences how readers respond. With Grammarly, just highlight your text and type how you want to sound. Get your message right every time. Download it for free.
No, I'm doing it. Dave, cow. Where? Man, you see the look on his face? Yes, he was horribly embarrassed.
Hello, I'm faster than you. Get out of the way, buttwad.
Get out of the way, bye-bye. Hey, not very attractive, is it? If I wanted to date a 17-year-old jerk, I would have dated you when you were 17. Hey, that's why I love you, honey, because you get it.
Wow, it took you like a minute and a half to throw that back in my face. Nice.
Thank you. Slow down.
My mom always said, job is if every car ahead is a drunk and every car behind you is a cop.
My dad always said, drive so every cop behind you doesn't know you're drunk.
Put this under the seat and switch places with me. Say it like I taught you.
What seems to be the problem, officer? What?
is behind us.
Our problem just gave you the finger.
Really?
Don't.
Oh, I have to. No, I got that. I've learned that being a man isn't about toughness, bravado, and territory. Well, actually, that's all that being a man is about. But I have a girlfriend, so I gotta pretend. Because she's not a man, so she doesn't get it. My next girlfriend's gonna be a man. What did you say? Okay. No finger. Dave, got it.
One for you and one for me!
I said don't, and you did. Let me out.
Honey, I did not give the finger.
Well, one was for you.
Dave.
Mr. Titus is probably telling Debbie, Tommy, he's a bedwetter. Which I'm not. I fell asleep while drinking juice.
Okay, fine. You cut him off. A finger's been given on your behalf. Are we done?
We're done. It's over. I'm better. I am victorious. He bumped me? That son of a...
Oh my God, what did you do?
I gave him the finger.
Right, and he bumped us.
He bumped us. It's not even my car. It wasn't even my finger.
Ah, so the joke's on him.
Dave.
Hey, bump him back, baby.
No, I am not bumping him.
You gotta bump back.
Dave, Christopher owns a car shop. Fixing the dent is no big deal for you guys because you're big, strong car fixing boys.
He gave the finger, we give the finger. He bumped, we bump.
He spins out of control, we spin out of control.
See, she gets it. You don't bump, it screws up the cheek.
Dave, a cow.
That doesn't work every time.
I want you to know that I'm very proud of you for leaving this guy alone. Right?
Uh-huh.
Because I like the feeling that I have when I'm proud of you. Can you keep it for a while?
Uh-huh. I drive on, controlling my anger, while my girlfriend diddles my ear. And the guy stalks us for 10 miles. I change lanes, he changes lanes. I speed up, he speeds up. I slow down, he slows down. And I'm thinking, this guy is a total copycat. So I pull over to the side of the road to give this whack job a 10-mile psycho buffer. I mean, I could have taken him, but... Great, there's a dent in Dad's car. Now I have to shove a dented car up Dad's ass. Because it's his birthday and I love him, blah, blah, blah.
You let him get away.
Dave, is it worth putting our lives at risk because of a little fender bender?
I'd rather die than let a waitress think I oiled up my scalp.
It was calamine lotion!
Dave, cow!
You must have very little regard for me. There's no cow. There's nothing. While we're sitting here hoping for a cow, Dad is sitting alone in a bar getting madder and madder.
Alcohol running through his veins, surrounded by people who have opinions that are different than his. Oh my God.
Say that again.
Leave my dad waiting in a public place long enough, he'll start to interact with the public.
Yeah.
One more time. Jean-Claude Van Damme would kick Clint Eastwood's ass.
Mr. Titus is going to be so pissed we are late. He's probably telling Debbie, Tommy, he's a hermaphrodite. I'm not.
Well, Tommy, we're half an hour late because of someone's finger.
Oh, but we're another half an hour late because somebody's hair had to be bouncy.
Finger. Bouncy finger. Bouncy finger.
Bouncy finger. Isn't that what they called you at camp?
Shut up! Oh my God! The bunny costume!
Oh, relax, it was Easter.
No, it wasn't.
I think I'm flashing it up.
That looks like Oh, it can't be.
It's our psycho. All right.
Alright.
You waited for us?
Don't do anything.
No, we don't do it, didn't do anything. Now we're do. When one withholds emotional agitation, commonly referred to as anger, it will frequently manifest itself in physiological ways: ulcers, migraines, blurred vision. I can't read
Go.
Hey, I'm just gonna talk to him, get his insurance information for the dead.
No, you're not. You're gonna beat the crap out of him.
Honey, if that's what you want, okay. Dave,
I'm with her. Tommy, you coming?
yeah, you a man or a bunny?
Okay, let's do it. You know what? A good ass kicking makes the loving that much sweeter. Wait. I gotta take off my jacket first. That's my tie. My mother gave me this tie. Tennis! You saved me some. I want a piece of some wussy pie.
Tommy, they're coming back.
Oh, damn!
What happened? What happened?
He has a gun.
He said what?
He has a gun.
What makes that guy think that he can threaten us with a gun?
He has a gun.
No. This is not how civilization works. People don't take out guns just because you pull over on the side of the road.
Agreed. Guys?
Yeah, I'm on board.
You should have smacked him. You should have hit him. You should have taken away his gun because he is a bully and he needs to be pimp slapped.
Okay, any other ideas, guys?
I think we should do something about gun control in this country.
Right now? It should be a law. Everybody in America should have to own a gun. In fact, if you get caught outside your house without your gun, you get a ticket. And they shoot you in the leg. Just to make their point. If we all had guns, there'd be no more carjacking. Get out of the car!
Get out of the street.
Bad boys would be a lot
Get
more
out of the car. Pop. Get out of the street.
It's canned goods, then bread. I have a coupon.
People in general would just be a lot more thoughtful.
No cuts.
I want everybody to get behind this plan. I need your support. Because the first couple of years, a lot of us are gonna die. You gotta write out the rough spots.
Come on. You threaten my family with a gun and that's the last thing you'll ever do, you freak.
Aaron, what are you doing?
Come on, I got something for you.
You got something that beats a gun?
I'm gonna throw an apple at him.
Aaron's Irish. Give an Irish woman a rock or a piece of fruit, somebody's going down. Honey, you throw apple, he shoots bullets. Do you see the strategic arms gap we have here?
Oh, he's not gonna shoot that thing at us.
Hey, there's a hitchhiker up there. Well, he might have a gun.
I know why Mo was always mad.
Go faster.
It's for Tommy.
I know why you're giving this car to your dad. Because it sucks.
Yeah, great birthday present, Titus. Well, what did you get?
I got him a cell phone.
You've got a cell phone?
Oh, man. Don't tell me you got him one, too.
Give me a cell phone, idiot!
No, it's your birthday.
Get him out!
Make the call. They use these calls on TV sometimes.
Okay, it's ringing. They're answering.
Oh, hello.
911 operator, what's your emergency, sir?
I'm Dave.
What's your emergency, Dave?
There's a guy chasing us with a gun.
Has he fired the weapon?
Is this going to be on TV? Because I'd like to send a shout out to Suzanne.
Sir, what is going on? Are you okay, sir?
We're on I-5 being chased by a guy with a gun.
want us to keep the phone on so they can track us.
Next exit 30 miles? Now, if I'm in danger, I can get away. I can duck, I can run, I can serpentine. But if the people I love are in danger, what if I can't protect them? Or there's nothing I can do but worry. Thank you very much, people I love.
She never adopted me.
What?
Dad. He never legally adopted me.
Okay. Why are you bringing this up now? There's a guy with a gun chasing us?
Yeah, that's why I'm bringing it up. I'm gonna die without a father. Dad's gonna be an orphan.
Dave, you're my brother, you're his son. Come on, he destroyed your self-esteem, same as mine. He put your naked butt on the internet. I mean, people can log on to your ass. There's a Dave's ass chat room because of Dad. That doesn't say love, I don't know what does.
I never thought of it that way.
I never got to sleep with Aaron.
What?
I have thoughts.
Should have taken that one to the grave. And I am so telling your waitress.
Who cares? By now she thinks I'm a hermaphroditic drag queen in a bunny suit.
I never got to see Ireland.
Honey, you never got to see San Diego.
That helps.
We're looking at death here.
Guys, come on. We're not looking at death, but this is stupid, okay? We all have disappointments. We're gonna live to have more.
Oh, of course. You have no regrets, mister. I've slept with Aaron.
Hey. I have regrets. I never bought a boat. I never owned a house. I never had a kid. We drove in silence for 5 minutes. 5 minutes is a long time when you're being chased by a guy with a gun. And you just told your girlfriend that you want to have a baby. The cops are here. Well, where were they 5 minutes ago? We passed the cops 5 miles down the road. They got the guy pulled over. All the cops are out of their cars and they have their guns pointed right at his head. I turned to Aaron and I said, now throw the apple. Man, I hope Dad waited. Well, there he is. Oh, God. Hey, you can still stick the car up his butt. No, there is that.
It fits all bodies because it flexes. Feel it yourself with Always Flex Foam. In your life, there is help.
On October 7th of this year, Hamas launched a surprise attack against Israel. And you might remember that almost immediately after that attack, about 2 days later, the Israeli defense minister came out and he announced a total blockade of the entire Gaza Strip ahead of a ground invasion. This meant that the fuel, the water, and the electricity were no longer available to flow into the region. Now, for the ordinary Gazan citizen, meaning the mother, the kid, and the husband who runs a little shop, this was a total disaster. And internationally, we saw many news reports covering exactly that, the effect that this blockade was having on ordinary people. However, as important as it is to cover what's happening over in Gaza, well, there's another blockade that's been ongoing for the entirety of the year, which has had no media coverage at all. That's because, despite a near total media blackout, over in the Caucasus region, 120,000 Armenian Orthodox Christians have been under blockade by their Muslim neighbors for pretty much the entirety of the year 2023. Specifically, for 9 full months, these Armenian Christians were being quite literally starved to death by a blockade that was imposed on them by their neighbors, the government of Azerbaijan. The area where these Christians were blockaded was this right here, the Nagorno-Karabakh region, or as the Armenians call it, the Artsakh region. This is where tens of thousands of families were trapped.
What if I told you that you can earn all the tremendous rewards of guiding someone to the purpose of life, to Islam?
I hate you.
Canada's housing affordability, or lack thereof, continues to dominate headlines in the new year. New reporting by the Canadian press, citing internal documents obtained through access to information, shows the feds were warned by public servants 2 years ago that their ambitious immigration targets could jeopardize housing affordability. Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland responded to that report this week. Have a listen.
If we want to be a country that welcomes new Canadians, and I strongly believe that's the right thing for all of us, we have to build more homes faster. And that's one
Or
of the
how
reasons
you
I'm
fucking
here.
fix the
The
ones
feds
that fall
have set
apart,
targets aiming to bring in
asshole.
485,000 immigrants this year and 500,000 in both 2025 and 2026. Temporary residents, largely comprised of international students and foreign workers, are another part of the equation, though. More than 300,000 of them arrived in Canada in just the third quarter of last year. Let's talk about the political challenge that presents with the Scrum. Robert Fife is the Ottawa Bureau Chief for the Globe and Mail. Joël Denis Belmont is the Ottawa Bureau Chief at La Presse, and Najud Al-Malise reports on the report and certainly spurred a lot of headlines, including a response from the government. Najud, I'll start with you. What is the sort of political challenge this presents
Oh, you
for the
mean
government?
all the real estate companies went bankrupt and they had over 5,000 fucking
essentially
properties?
what the
Is that a real estate problem?
That the government was warned 2 years ago about the housing challenges that high population growth from immigration could cause, and that's exactly what has dominated the news over the last year or so, as we've seen strong population growth in 2022, strong population growth in 2023, and at the same time deteriorating housing affordability. I think the response from the ministers on Friday showed that they understand it's important that they respond to
Just so happens here,
these
Collier
issues
has
and to make their
investments in
case
real
for
estate. At
why
least he came out and told everybody
the
first.
government increased immigration. And you know, there's nothing new in terms of their narrative on how immigration is so important to the economy, but they explicitly say that, hey, the economy would have shrank if we didn't increase immigration. They say we need to do this for the labor shortages, but at the same time, they're acknowledging that, yes, we need to
do
look
this
at
for
these
fucking
numbers given the housing
motherfucking
crunch.
go on
And
vacation again.
they point to the fact that they didn't increase the
Or like
immigration
before
target
you
for
got on this
2026.
vacation,
They chose
or you
to get
plan his next
500,000, same number for 2025. And we've seen them over the last few months talk a lot about the international student program and trying to address the issues there, fraud in institutions, the lack of housing for these students. And so, again, in the statement, they're doubling down on their commitment to address the massive spike in temporary residents. Now, the missing piece there is that they don't really talk about the temporary foreign workers program and whether they're going to do anything on that. Yeah, that second part of what Najud is referring to, JD, is very interesting, and I think will be an interesting sort of set of circumstances for the government to deal with coming up, because the data that was released just before Christmas, I talked about it a bit in the introduction, but the boom in temporary residents, so international students and temporary foreign workers, is enormous. It is a huge contributor to population growth in a way that it wasn't, let's say, 10 years ago. What kind of, how do you expect the government to navigate?
Well, they're going to be on the defensive for a while on this file because they feel that the opposition parties are already saying that the government mismanaged this file by working essentially in silos. What the immigration department was doing was not in concert with the housing department or with the construction industry. What's the capacity of Canada to absorb so many immigrants? And that's, I think, deplorable in the sense that it does bring to the front an immigration debate that we need immigrants, but the policies of the government that need to be adapted so that when we welcome those people, we can provide them with housing. And we've seen over the last few months drop in support for immigration policies, and that's not a good thing for Canada.
Well, it's also a big deal in Canada, Bob, because it's not traditionally the sentiment that is expressed here, right? We are one of the rare countries that has always had, if you look through public opinion polls through decades, a high level of enthusiasm and support for the role that immigration plays in this country. To see that at risk is, I think, significant.
Well, first of all, it's not sustainable to be able to say that you can continue, that you're going to be able to have housing that are going to be affordable for Canadians, not only just being able to buy a house, but be able to rent a place if you have large numbers of immigrants coming in at these levels. Clearly, that's, I mean, we all know that now. For the longest period of time, Canada, and we're a wonderful country because we do welcome people to come from all walks of life, but our immigration system has largely been based on bringing people in for many, many decades, bringing people in with skill sets, not people who don't necessarily have a skill set. What we're running into now, and a lot of experts are saying, is that we're bringing in a lot of people, many of them temporary, who don't really have, they're not skilled, say, as carpenters or high-tech industry people or plumbers and electricians. We're bringing in people who really don't have a skill set. And that is another issue that's grappling with our economy, because these are not people that are making a kind of contribution that will help the productivity of the country. So this is not a simple issue of, do we cut off here or do we do a few things here in the housing market to be able to turn things around. This is not going to be easily turned around. And it's going to be a very significant political problem for the government. Mr. Polyev offers easy solutions, and it's easy for him to do so.
Yeah,
people may
build
buy
more
into
homes.
that.
I make more
But
money.
the government,
Easy.
which actually has to make the decisions to try to turn this around to save their skins in the next election campaign, that is not going to be easily for them to be able to accomplish.
And I think that adding to the complexity is the sort of cross-jurisdictional nature of some of this. You mentioned universities and colleges and the labor force, all of which are very important issues to the provinces. A lot of what the federal government has done in response around immigration is responding to provinces. If we have huge labor force gaps, we've stopped funding universities and colleges in the same way. And so they're now relying, not to excuse their behavior in certain cases, but they're now relying on international students for funding as well.
This mistake is costing Amazon Prime shoppers. Are you still using Prime? Because at this point, it's a dinosaur of online shopping. What if I told you this new exciting alternative? I'm going to show you one simple trick that'll save you a lot of money when shopping online.
Watch this. I can show you how to get the sweetest deals online when you shop from major retailers like Amazon and Target. You can drop prices automatically. I can show you how, but I can't do it for you. People are saving real money.
Yeah, that's exactly it. But also, I mean, there's also been a massive spike in the number of international students coming specifically to Ontario and Ontario colleges. There have been questions about whether some of these institutions are giving a good education. So it's a little bit complicated on the international student front. There's, the reputable institutions, when you think about University of Toronto or other institutions, even colleges that are well known. And then there's other segments of the industry. Aside from that, the question is, what exactly is the solution? I mean, the idea of implementing a cap on the number of international students would pose challenges as well. And the question would be, how do you cap it? Who gets these students? You say that it's by institution. And so there are a lot of questions about how you crack down on this. The government said that it wants to go after fraud in the system and ensure that these are reputable institutions actually offering something to these students. They've talked about requiring these institutions to show that they have housing for the students, and they've increased the financial requirement to get a permit if you're a student interested in coming here. So yes, the government will have to decide if it's ready to push back on universities and colleges that might say, no, we need these students, or provinces that are complaining about labor shortages. But if you ask economists, they largely have been troubled by this idea that government policy, public policy should be catered towards filling labor gaps that exist in the economy. And instead, a lot of them want to see these businesses innovate and find other ways to fill those gaps.
I mean, it's interesting, even in the from the policy or from the sort of craft perspective. I remember the cabinet retreat in which they started floating the idea. All of a sudden, we might look at a cap on international students, and then that changed. I think once they talked about it, following that kind of pronouncement with universities and colleges, and now there are different rules in place, but the government can't tell you by how much that will impact the numbers, just that they expect them to go down as a result. What does that tell you? The idea that they floated it and then had to reject it, like everybody's saying, it's not easy.
Exactly, and that illustrates the complexity of that now. And they're going some solutions that they appear to be not based on concrete facts. I'll give you an example. Mark Miller, the immigration minister, says, well, we've got a housing problem. We're welcoming more immigrants so they can build houses themselves. Well, you need to talk to the unions, for example, in Quebec. You need to be accredited, and that takes time. It's not because you're a carpenter that you come from another country that you'll be accepted in the unions. It's very complicated in Quebec, as you say, in most things, but that's a complex issue. And I think same thing elsewhere. Their competence needs to be recognized by tradespeople, trades unions, and that takes a while. The government did not take that into consideration, and that just shows that for the next few months, the immigration debate, which was at first, only in Quebec, has been raging in the rest of the country, and the reason why. The housing crisis.
I was just going to say, last word too. It's all about housing, just like it would have been a year ago. If people believe this impacts their ability to access affordable housing, I think it remains a political issue.
It certainly is, and one of the issues Mr. Poilievre has been talking about housing initiatives, and one thing he's had ignored is the whole immigration issue, which is a key component of the housing crisis we're facing. But on Friday, he actually said, "Look, we've got to address the immigration issue as well." So there's a recognition here, both from the government statement and now from the leader of the opposition, that we are going to have a conversation about the immigration levels coming into this country. And just a quick thing on the universities. I mean, they got hooked on foreign students. They were encouraged by the Canadian government to bring in as many students as possible. Nobody thought through bringing in all these students, which enrich the universities and make them higher and build all these new buildings. There's not enough housing. And, there needs to be a really intelligent, rational discussion about how we fix our immigration system, and that works with our housing crisis that the country is facing. But I don't think we're going to get that because we're heading into a very big political season. I don't think that's going to happen.
Okay, I'll leave it there. I appreciate all three of you making the time for the discussion. Nabil Amoris, David Alvance, and Bob Fife.
That's a brilliant, painful question. I've asked so many people this question, no one's ever wanted to answer it. Well, here I am.
Russell Brand is one of the most famous.
Press J. Look the same.
Introducing gunshot box, the remote operated gunshot weapon.
Fucking useless, man.
Bring it in, bring it in, bring it in, bring it in. Bring it in, bring it in, bring it in. This is an absolute emergency, you guys. This is an absolute emergency. Let me pin the video right here. This hurts my heart to even speak on. New video. Let me put it right here and pin it, man. Shout out to everybody who ends up seeing this live. You guys know how I like to do these YouTube live. I'm gonna keep this one up anywhere from. Hold on, I'm trying to pin this bad boy. Let me pin it real quick. Hold on now.
Hold on now.
Oh, I can't pin it no more. What's going on? Hold on now. Oh my God. Okay, I lost it. Hold on. No. Oh my God. You guys are coming in quick. Hold on now. Let me breathe. Man, it's your boy Dax. Back at it like a bad habit. If you want some of this like, you better go grab it, y'all. This is the first time this has ever happened to me, man. Yesterday or 2 days ago, man, I put my blood, sweat, and tears into making sure this eternity video was absolutely beyond positively amazing and impactful for the people. Uploaded it to YouTube, and YouTube compromised the audio. This has never happened to me before. I was distraught, when you put all and so much effort into something, it sort of hurts. But I told myself I could not leave the video up sounding like that. So what did I do? Even though we had 200K plus views in a day, even though we were trending and blah, 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 I had to take the video down. I had to do it. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't let years from now people go back and hear it and it wasn't be the same. So I need everybody's help. If you're seeing this right now, I need you to go to the eternity video. I need you to go drop a like on it. I need you to go drop multiple comments. So hopefully we can get it back in the algorithm. I'm not too necessarily worried about the views and stuff like that. It will grow over time. I just wanted to make sure everybody knew because I had to take.
And when you really examine the concept of eternity, one will find that there is no end. Life after death is a concept humans still don't understand.
How long is eternity? I don't understand. Some say forever, but if it's forever, then when does it come to an end? It's more than a concept, an infinite time that we spend. It confirms that our lives here on earth are our blip of existence and don't make a dent. As we get older, it creeps in our mind. The thought of the end and beginning of time. The life that we thought that we lived doesn't matter. Approaching the thought that someday we all die. I get confused when I look in the sky. What is this water hitting my eyes? Maybe the rain is the pain and shame that hits earth when God cries. As we get older, we don't care what we did. It's not the things we receive, but the things we give. We try to go back to the time we were kids, but those shoes no longer fit. And then we finally realize that everyone dies, but not everyone lives. So I'm taking a chance. I'm living my life in the moment and not in a future that's not in my hands. I'm giving my time to the people who love me for everything that I am. I'm living my life in reality, not for a post that they'll tap when they open the gram. I'm doing whatever it takes. I'm not gonna dwell on my past mistakes. I'm bridging the gap between my dreams and what I see while I'm awake. They say leave it up to fate. Well, fate favors those who take. Cause if eternity's forever, then all this is temporary. Why wait? Humanity's lost. It sets the price of material things, but at what cost? Then treat time like currency and spend it for applause because we think that life is just a game we can turn on and off. We build, we break, renew, replace, we 9 to 5 and count the days for 40 years till 65, then live off what our pension pays. We fall in line, blades, our bodies work, our minds are caged, and that's why people say the richest place you'll find is at the graves, full of hopes and dreams that people never chased, full of feelings that we felt but never got to say. All the thoughts inside our heads that we kept stored and locked away. As our age increased and we got old and everything decayed, finally realized that our whole life was not a game, and that time was a commodity that we could not regain, and that we were in control and there was no one else to blame. Is the day we change. It's eternity going. Eternity going, it's eternity going, eternity going, it's eternity going, it's eternity going, it's eternity going, eternity going.
you doing with your time? What is your definition of happiness? Are you giving more than you're taking? And finally, if it were to all end right now, what are you holding on to that you need to let the world see?
That was really good. That was really good.
Every planet except one, which is the
Fuck
pyramid.
off your shit. Huh. Oh.
Hard to be the only sober person in the room, but doing dry January in a group cannot only give you
fucking pass.
Me neither. Thanks for caring so much about me. I feel like BlackRock really cares. Okay, what's your name? Julia, are you with BlackRock or are you with yeah? What do you do with BlackRock?
I'm not going to go into it.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Hey everybody, as from Levant here with my friend Avi Amini. We arrived in Davos, Switzerland yesterday because tomorrow the annual gathering of the World Economic Forum elites. It's a very exclusive, reclusive club. They take over this skiing village in the Swiss Alps and they transform the center street into, I guess the best way to describe it is like a movie set. And big globalist corporations set up pavilions and kiosks behind me. It's really the heart of darkness. BlackRock. It's run by Larry Fink, perhaps the world's most aggressive promoter of cultural Marxism, DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion. BlackRock has trillions of dollars under management, and what they do is really sneaky on is that they say to the companies they invest in, we're not just here for a financial rate of return. We're going to force you to do. Are you interrupting? Are you interrupting us? What's your name?
Sorry to interrupt, but this is a parking space, so I just wanted to ask you to move over to.
I'm not going to because there's no car coming to this parking space. What's your name?
I don't want you guys to
What's your name?
get hit by a vehicle.
Me neither. Thanks for caring so much about me. I feel like BlackRock really cares.
You're being a total
Okay,
dick.
what's your name?
My name's Julia. Hi.
Julia, are you with BlackRock or are you with yeah? What do you do with BlackRock?
I'm not going to go into it.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Sorry, don't touch me.
What does BlackRock care about? This is private space, so if you guys wouldn't mind just moving.
I would mind. You're going to have to call the police on me.
Oh,
You're going to have to call the police.
No need to be silly. But yeah, thanks guys, if you wouldn't mind.
I wouldn't mind. You're going to have to call the police again. Okay, stop interrupting. Okay, that was very rude of you. Okay. I tell you, BlackRock, it's like they think they own the world.
I think they do.
They own a big percentage of the world, but they
Not this car park.
You know what? One of the things I love about Switzerland is that the police don't run errands for BlackRock. I mean, I've been rambling. What do you think about BlackRock? I think
All I wrote was real estate company bank. The only report search prediction, the only search it gave China real estate company bankruptcies. Why the fuck would that happen? It's fucking real. Fucking retarded.
but probably Disney. So you've got to start promoting Greta Thunberg. You've got to start promoting transgenderism. You've got to start promoting cultural Marxism, Black Lives Matter. And if you don't, we're going to sell your company and your stock price is going to dip and you're going to have a panic. So it's a kind of financial blackmail.
Oh, okay.
Of course, Larry Fink himself is a billionaire, but he's Greta Thunberg and Larry Fink are part of the same movement. One's outside, the child actress is outside sort of fake protesting, and one's inside doing the real damage, like termites in our society, corroding and undermining from within.
And I think it's probably good to point out here that when she came out to ask us to move, it has nothing to do with the parking.
There's no parking here. I'm not rude enough that I'm not going to stand in the way of a car.
Really,
Yeah.
it's starting to.
It's just a thuggish nature.
She didn't want us using the backdrop of black. She knows why we're here. She understands that we're here to expose them. We're not friendly media. We're not media that they own. And they want us to move off so the shot doesn't really, show off.
Yeah, they got a big bruiser. He seems like a nice fella. I mean, I'm not gonna be mad at a security guard hired to do security. He hasn't bothered me at all. But they've sent out the little. I'm not gonna mess around with him. But I mean, I know my rights, and one of the things I love about Switzerland is that the police do not run errands.
We've learned that.
Yeah, I mean, when you and I scrummed Albert Bourla last year, the Pfizer CEO, he was trying to find his way out. He went this way, he went that way, and there were cops maybe 15 or 20 feet away from us. Didn't care. As long as you and I didn't touch Bourla like that lady touched me, as long as we weren't making threats, the cops here, they are very apolitical. I have to say, I like Swiss cops more than any other police force in the world that I've encountered. They actually seem to care about civil liberties. I know that sounds crazy, but it's my observation.
I don't know if they care or they don't care. I think that they're accountable.
Right.
Yeah, good point. I feel like some of them, were a bit upset when we filmed here and there last time, and at first they tried to, to tell us what we can and can't do, and then when we realized, well, we're actually, and they got more emotional. So,
well, you know what? The only objection I heard from the cops last time is, please don't put my face on camera. Like it was a person, and I was sort of touched that a cop actually cared about personal privacy. Because I tell you, they sure don't in Canada. I wonder if they have like a security system here, or if it's just they're bringing some snacks to us, or those for us. I thought if they couldn't get us with a stick, they'd bring the carrot. It looks like they're serving some luxury catering. Maybe Larry Fink is nearby. Anyways, what a great start to our day. Just to conclude, Avi, this is the start of what they call the promenade. That's the central street in Davos. They're probably still doing some construction in there. We're going to walk down the road.
WeWork Corporation, one of our nation's largest co-working spaces, valued at over $47 billion, just filed bankruptcy. So in this video, I'm going to share with you what that impact is going to be on the commercial industry and why it matters to you and to myself. All right. I'm going to share with you. First of all, the WeWork business model is very simple. What they do is they rent out entire office buildings, okay? And then they will re-rent it at a higher price, right? By leasing out different spaces and creating more income, okay? More in here than what the payments were here. So after a few years of doing this, their property or their company became valued up to $47 billion at some point and had a stock price of $520 a share. Okay, as I record this video, the stock prices are at $1.25. Okay, so what I want to do is share with you. It is really important how they failed. So many lessons there that we can use today to be successful. What its impact, the bankruptcy impact of WeWork is going to be on the commercial real estate industry, and it's huge. Okay. And then why it matters to you and me. So there's some lessons here that we can take forward and help us become better commercial real estate investors. Let's get started. We're going to start off right here on why WeWork failed. And by the way, at any point during this video, you have a question for me, go ahead and text. Text me. Text Peter to this number right here. 833-942-4516. Ask me any questions about this material or any other material, okay? Look forward to hearing from you. All right, let's continue here. Why did WeWork fail, right? And then I'll share with you the effects of their failure on the commercial real estate industry. Again, it's huge. And then why does it matter to you and I? There's opportunities in something this disruptive happening. Okay, I'm going to share that with you. All right. So here's why they failed. Three main reasons why they failed. Okay. So number one, they grew too fast. All right, and they acquired too many
it's like a
properties
list of over
too
5,000
quickly, too
properties.
fast. All right. So how you can relate to this is imagine
Some
you
are listed for millions, some
having
are
money
listed
and you
for
bought a
$1.
home to live in, and you go, wow, this is a great home. I'm going to buy.
The ones that are
I
worth
can
$1,
barely
I
afford to
guarantee are
buy
going to be
another one.
fucking
In fact, I
leveled.
can't buy another. I'm going to borrow money from someone else, and I'm going to buy 2 other homes. Now I have 3 homes, right? So you can imagine having 3 homes and having support.
When everybody I know,
how long
including
could you
myself
do
up to
that?
very
That
recently,
was their
didn't even
problem.
have one.
Okay, so that's a great correlation. Number 2 is WeWork is really not a real estate company. Okay, it's a startup, and they did a poor job of due diligence. Okay, real estate's real estate, so they were buying real estate, and they probably didn't bring in the real estate experts. Okay, to do a good job of due
Or the
diligence
website
on
experts,
the deal.
obviously.
You know, their
Or
leases
the,
and
like,
buying real estate
oh
and renting
wow,
to
or the
people.
education
That's the essence
experts,
of real
or the
estate. Okay, it's more than a startup. The due diligence should have comprised of their physical due diligence, their financial due diligence, and their legal due diligence. I have a video on that, how to do that with an apartment building or commercial property. The link will appear right there. But on the physical side, right, is taking a look at the location, the property. I think they did a good job there because I toured the WeWork facilities, and they're beautiful. They're nice. They're fancy.
They hired a
All these
bunch of third
amenities,
party.
it's pretty cool. So I think they did a good job there of acquiring the properties or leasing the properties in great locations and making them look nice. Where they failed are in the other 2 components involving due diligence. The second part of due diligence is the financial part of the due diligence. This is where their financial projections were way too aggressive. They thought they can buy these buildings, getting them rented up, and make money and pay their investors. And guess what happened? The reason number 3 happened, that was COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic happened, and the workers shifted to remote working. Okay, so no longer needed all this office space because now people can work from home. So what happened was the WeWork decided, hey, I have no income coming in, so Mr. Landlord, I can't pay you anymore. And the landlord can't pay their mortgage and their bills, and what happens? The business collapses. Okay, so that's what happened. Okay, so
Yeah, well, you're not your business, daddy's
$47
business.
billion to bankruptcy. Next, what I want to do is share with you how all this impacts commercial real estate, particularly the office market, real estate in general, and then lastly, why it really matters to you, how something this disruptive can be an opportunity for you. Let's do that next. All right, so this third and last part, what I want to do here is share with you the effects of WeWork's bankruptcy on the commercial real estate industry, and then share with you why it matters to you and I. Okay, all right, here are the effects. I currently, my direct market is the San Francisco Bay Area, where WeWork is headquartered. I've been in the buildings from day one, so I know exactly what happened and why it happened. So here's what's happening today. So because of the bankruptcy, the office vacancy in my area is already at 30%. So and so with WeWork's bankruptcy, it's just going to get worse. Nationally, we're already at 20%, and WeWork being a national company, this number is going to decline. So here's the effect. As the office vacancy increases, more space become available, the rents are going to drop, okay? And I say rents dropping because they already are dropping. Okay? They're dropping right now in the office space. I see it everywhere, okay? And as a result of the dropping of rents, landlords are going to start to default on their loans. Already happening in office buildings, okay? Already happening. And they're going to sell at lower prices. Again, already happening. A building that I'm very familiar with in my city, a 2021 valuation was about $220 million, and it sold for $70 million cash. Okay, it happened right there. It's all over the news. Okay, And then, so when all this happens, this WeWork bankruptcy, it's a massive disruption. And anytime you have a massive disruption in an industry like commercial real estate, it equals opportunities. Okay? So later on this month, I'm going to produce another video on what I believe on next year's opportunities. Watch out for it because it's going to include part of this. All right, let's go over to why all of this matters to you and I. It really does. Okay? So lots of lessons learned here that's going to make us better commercial real estate investors. Again, WeWork was a real estate company. They did not adhere to real estate principles, thus their downfall. All right. So number one, why it matters is number one is you should always vet or qualify the tenants. Okay. So if you have an office building that you wanted to rent to WeWork, and if you were to look at their financials, look at their profit and loss statements, look at their balance sheets, look how much cash they have in the bank, you would not rent to them, no matter how much rent they would pay you, right? Obviously, buildings did, and that's why they fell. Okay, so always vet your tenant. They didn't. Okay, so the landlord did not vet WeWork correctly. Okay, number two, always invest for cash flow. Okay, WeWork didn't do that. Okay, they were overly optimistic in their financial projections on the cash flow, and they spent lavishly. Okay, so the founder of WeWork is a very irresponsible person who spent way too much money, wild parties, airplanes, and just all this foolishness using investor money, right? And took his mind, took his focus off the cash flow. Okay, that was a lesson that you can learn is always invest in cash flow. So always vet your tenant and always invest for cash flow. Number three, always have cash flow, cash reserves for rainy seasons. Okay, so real estate is seasonal. You have your good periods, you have your warm periods, you have your cold periods. So you are going to have those cold periods. When you have those cold periods, you need to be able to fork out money to keep everything afloat. WeWork didn't. Okay, they relied on investor money to keep them afloat, and that's never a good thing. Okay, that's just lack of common sense and irresponsibility. Number four, always be the landlord. Okay, always be the landlord. Here's the case in point. Okay, again, the founder of WeWork, he was unethical in doing this, but he actually bought the buildings that he leased to WeWork. Okay, he should have done that, but he did. Okay, so he was actually the owner of the building, and later on, when they kicked him out, he sold his buildings and he sold it for millions of dollars. Okay, so the landlords are going to become very wealthy because of all this debacle here. Okay?
God.
So again, it was unethical, but it proves this point that I want you to always be the landlord. Okay, whether it's multi-family, self-storage, mobile home parks, warehouses, be the landlord. Okay. And then get your tenant, always invest for cash flow, and always have the cash reserves. That is the recipe for success and sustainability that WeWork didn't have. All right. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out with me. Now you understand why things like this happen and how you can learn from them and then capitalize on them. All right. So if you want to learn exactly what we do for our students, go ahead and apply to be one of our proteges. The link will be right there. Also, if you enjoyed this video, go ahead.
I didn't get it. You didn't bring me to charge it. Okay. I said, okay, do what you Huh. Where's the cooking?
If you want to make 2024 your best year ever, I'm going to do a free event for 3 days, January 25th, 26th, and
Real estate companies all over the nation are starting. If you're returning, I want to thank you for your continued support. Before we get into today's red hot topic, let me politely ask you to give the video a like, subscribe to the channel, leave a comment below. I'd love to hear from you. Please watch to the end for my final thought. Hit the bell icon so you're notified when new videos are released. It's very important to stay close to the channel in these very, very tricky times. All right, friends, welcome to the show. Always an honor and a privilege to be with you. I hope you're all doing great. Buckle up, strap. Today, the health and the fitness of the super giant real estate companies continues to be compromised, friends. This is forward thinking. This is critical thinking. Knocking at the door. Knocking at the door. We're going to take a look for it. Throw the playbook out the window. The data won't save you. A flash crash is now knocking at the door. Knocking at the door. We're going to take a look today at the health and the fitness of some of the big boys like Zillow. You see, here's the challenge. They drank the Kool-Aid too. All these companies drank the Kool-Aid. Here, I'm in
don't fucking talk about
real
the
estate.
fucking
We're the
Kool-Aid, man.
Wild West, an episode of $1 Million Listing, where it's like a dog fight, a showdown at the OK Corral. $100,000 commissions, normal here where I live. Normal. Nothing normal about that, my friends. Nothing normal about that. People drank the Kool-Aid all across the board, from Zillow to the real estate agent themselves. I can't tell you how many agents I know that I see going out and buying at the top of the bubble and financing new cars and a lot of stuff. And guess what's being reduced right now? Their income. Loan applications are at an all-time low. Sales are frozen in place. They've died off. They've died off in spectacular fashion. We have way more agents than we do homes to sell. And that's a big, 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 big problem. You never want an agent in worse shape than their clients. Please, 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 if you're working with an agent, get with somebody that was insulated, been around for a while, and didn't drink the Kool-Aid. Now, good luck with that. That's 95% of all agents. So your chances are you're not working with an agent that's doing that. If you are, consider yourself lucky. If you need help, reach out to me and I'll put you together with somebody. But the reality is this, friends. Today we're going to jump over and look at the health and the fitness of Zillow. Not good. Not good. Buckle up, strap in. And some other companies like them. And listen, friends, I don't care who it is. Are you looking around your city? You seeing for lease signs all over? You're going to see them in real estate. I've already, in my city right here, like I said, episode of $1 Million Listing, downsizing in a big way. I could tell you how many offices I saw popped up during the crisis when it was the gravy train, the money dump, the casino climate, the slot machine that continued to pay out. Well, clearly, the casino always wins. In this case, it's the economy. It's taken a massive, massive bite out of all real estate companies. Be very aware right now. Let's jump over to a quick article. Then we're going to meet back here, wrap this one up. Let's get started. Anywhere Compass and Zillow fall off, Fortune 500, as the housing market downturn cripples top residential mortgage firms. This year's Fortune 500 list was released this week, noticeably missing a few top major residential real estate companies featured in the previous edition. Compass, Anywhere, and Zillow all fell off the list, ranking the largest companies by revenue, Fortune first reported. The shifting rank shows how hard high mortgage rates and limited inventory hit the firms in the second half of 2022 and crippled the housing market nationwide. Anywhere declined to comment, and Zillow did not immediately respond. Home sales boomed at the onset of the pandemic as mortgage rates dwindled to as low as 2%, but the market took a hit last spring when the Federal Reserve began driving up interest rates. In October, mortgage rates rose above 7%, hitting a 21-year high and driving mortgage applications down to their slowest pace since 1997. And there you go. They're riding on the wall. Let's get back to the studio so we can wrap this one up. All right, friends, welcome back. So there you go. The health and the fitness of the real estate market was just read to you in black and white. It's up to you now. It's up to you, me, each and every one of us that chooses to be awake, to read between the lines and look between the economic cracks. When you overheat the biggest, not one of the biggest asset class, not in the country, the world. The U.S. housing market is the biggest asset class in the world. Why do you think it attracted so many foreign investors in Wall Street firms? It's the path to wealth. Unfortunately,
But then you tell
they
people to
drank the
reproduce,
Kool-Aid and are now
don't abort your
holding
babies because you're
on
fucking killing
to
them.
toxic debt.
And then there's
reported
people on the side of the road all over the place.
because in the comments when I first started reporting before interest rate hikes,
And you guys are offering people fucking to fucking help, let the government fucking help them off themselves. Like, what the fuck?
interest rates that it's going to sustain itself. It's not. Here's why. I don't care if you had.
You know what? At least Hitler told them that he didn't like them and that he wanted them gone. My leader, then he goes, no, we care. We care so much. The only thing he cares about is fucking making sure he fucking goes on vacation with his fucking wife and her husband, or her new boyfriend. Fucking retarded. Fuck that.
Booms and busts. You've always had them. Anybody tell you that this is different no bust risk here? Clearly has never lived through a bust firsthand as a bill-paying adult. Or they're just being brainwashed in sales meetings to cheerlead this one out of self-prejudice. Please understand, this is what's currently going on right now. Companies now are shrinking at an alarming rate. You can see a lot of these companies going through skeleton crew. We continue to hear about layoffs and shrinking, calling out of their Fortune 500 stackers and now to another company like this. And final thought, the company Frank is content creator, real estate guy. Must see how we win in real estate. Win in life. Understand the waters you're swimming in now, shark infested. Zilla, welcome to the kiddie pool. You're about to take a lap around. The sharks, and I don't think you can outrun them. They're coming for you, and they're coming for you hard. I'm going to be here to blow the lid off it every step of the way, because it's not only what we need, it's in fact what we deserve. If you appreciate the content, I want to humbly ask you to give the video a like, subscribe to the channel, leave a comment below. I'd love to hear from you. Social media links in the description of this video. Like, contact me there, along with links to channels I've appeared on. I think you might. Does YouTube feel different lately? Are you getting recommended content you're not interested in?
Oh my god, the most religious
shit finding YouTube
ever.
search to be a complete mess? Are you irritated and maybe even frustrated with
Saying reading the Bible was one of the ones I got yesterday for children.
My name is Zach, and I've been creating content on YouTube pretty much my entire life. I also help moderate the YouTube partnership Discord, where I've spoken to thousands of content creators on this
my entire life. That's not
importantly,
a compliment,
I've been
sir.
an avid YouTube viewer since its creation in 2005. I've seen firsthand the many different changes the platform has had over the years. And if you're anything like me, YouTube has felt a little bit off over the last few years. Really the last 8 months especially. As a viewer and creator,
does not
things have
function
changed.
at all.
There's no
Shows
doubt about
everything
it. And
but.
in this video, I will cover exactly what changed and potentially why this is. First of all, because I know people are going to jump to conclusions, please watch the entire video before getting mad at me. Then when you're done, feel free to be mad at me. Secondly, no, I don't think YouTube is dying, which feels a question asked every year all the time. And no, I don't think YouTube as a platform is dying. Throughout history, YouTube has had ups and downs. Plus, your own relationship with different social media platforms can change throughout time too. So that can heavily play a role in how you view a platform. For example, there's no denying with TikTok's massive growth, many of us have either begun to shift to TikTok entirely or split their time on both platforms. But more on that later. Let's talk about the meat and potatoes. First, YouTube's search function. YouTube's most basic function. While people all over Reddit and the internet are complaining about search lately, and I agree, it seems to have gotten worse over the last year or so. You search for something, there's a carousel of thoughts, and often after only providing answers, it gives you a people to watch and
I looked up
for you section.
breast cancer, or no, cancer misdiagnosis,
Or on page 2.
and there's probably like a dozen videos. like 10 of them from the same guy. It's just talking about your rights for the law when it comes to again. I was like, and that's all the videos that YouTube has on cancer misdiagnosis. Gotcha.
Next, we have to talk about YouTube
Understood.
on the homepage. Listen, YouTube, I don't really watch shorts on my desktop.
No.
If I wanted to, I would click these shorts at here.
No.
Why take up
I
all
can
this
feel my
real estate for
brain
regular
frying
videos
when
to
I watch
put
shorts.
Here? I do not understand it. Why is YouTube pushing shorts down our throats? Well, with TikTok on the
To
rise,
fry your brain.
probably the most popular app currently, YouTube definitely wants creators to use shorts. It's a new feature, and they're really trying to get people into it. So I get it. YouTube will try to pump them out. It's supposed to bring a new audience to your channel, but as a desktop user, I can say it's kind of the worst. Another minor reason YouTube may feel different lately is, you may have noticed, YouTube keeps giving us videos that we've already seen. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's not effective in getting me to rewatch that video, so I don't understand the purpose of why they're serving me literally the same content I've already seen.
Yeah.
Now, for the major grievance I have, which is really the core of this video,
Oh no, the
YouTube
Jewish
homepage and recommendation system. You're probably here because you got this video recommended to you on your homepage, right? I'm a small channel, and chances are you have no idea who the heck I am and why did this video get recommended to you.
I thought you were like
Please let me know in the
conservative
comments. Are you interested in video essays about internet culture, or was this video recommended to you out of nowhere? Because I cannot tell you how many times I get videos recommended to me that I have zero interest in watching.
I thought he was a conservative guy who does ridiculous.
It's because these videos are niches I have zero interest in. Right now, I'm subscribed to mainly video essay and commentator creators on this channel. Why am I not being recommended small creators?
Nuts. Like, yeah, okay.
Instead,
We're
I
that good.
recommend
I'm not
these
subscribed
short
to that
Let's
good.
Plays,
Sure.
movie challenges, and whatever this is.
I only
not
watch
only
it
is
on
this
a daily.
terrible from a perspective, but it's really bad for a creator's perspective as well. For those who don't know, every time YouTube serves a video on its homepage, even if it's just a section, it counts as an impression for that creator. Impressions are important because every time you click on a video, it affects a video's click-through rate. A click-through rate is the number of clicks divided by total impressions times 100. So generally speaking, if a video has a lower click-through rate, or CTR, it is a bad thing. You want a high CTR. Now there are some exceptions, like if a video goes viral and is pushed to wider audiences, naturally the CTR will lower. But here's the thing, these tiny channels with a tiny amount of views are not going viral. They are brand new videos getting 1,000 random impressions, which tanks their CTR and destroys any potential momentum they may have. Again, these videos could all be really good, well-made videos that deserve impressions, but from the right audience. This Let's Play video should be shown to people who actually watch Let's Plays. Here's a personal example from my channel. I created a video essay about who should be on YouTube's Mount Rushmore. So generally speaking, which group of people do you think my video would be shown? A younger audience, ages 18 to 35, users or viewers who enjoy video essays, YouTuber lore, and internet history, or B, an older audience who knows nothing about YouTube and YouTuber lore.
I've worked with some of the largest retailers on the planet. I think they all have it figured out. Shopify really does.
You can build a fully custom application, and by doing that, year over year, we've been able to dramatically increase conversion rate. And that's
Well, if you guessed A, you are wrong. YouTube chose to give me thousands of impressions from viewers out of my target demographic. How do I know this? Well, two ways. First, look at the analytics. From July 16th through the 22nd, look at those demographics. That's solid. That's my target demographic, ages 18 to 34. The day YouTube chose to give me 34,000 impressions, look at the demographics. At least 30% of my impressions came from out of my target demographic. And it's not just the analytics. Look at some of the comments. One guy said, and I quote, never heard of them. Another person said, quote, never heard of any of the aforementioned before Jenna. And another person said, and I quote, nice video. The only person I've ever heard of in your list is PewDiePie, and I know more about women than I do him. LOL, end quote. In this video, I talked about 10 of the most popular YouTubers to ever exist. YouTubers that define ages of YouTube. YouTubers that get millions of views. And these people getting shown my video have never heard of them? What the How is that even possible? How did YouTube find these 30,000 people on the platform that don't know who these creators are and chose to show the video to them? Now, I'm not saying testing new videos to new audiences is a bad thing. Creators want that, and viewers want that too, believe it or not. A lot of viewers don't know that they might be interested in content. And I did receive many nice comments that day when the video did have its mini explosion. But there's a balance. I used to have a real estate education channel called Real Estate License Wizard. I grew the channel completely by myself to 60,000 subscribers, and here's what the ad revenue and stats look like. Pretty damn good. I pretty much nailed down that niche, and I figured out the exact target demographic, and I created content for that target demographic. The impressions I was getting when I started that channel were from qualified viewers, people within my target demographic. YouTube found out what my videos were quickly, and I blew up fast, relatively speaking. But that was a few years ago, and now there's no denying that things have changed. In my opinion, I would rather get 1,000 impressions from people in my target demographic than 10,000 from people who will have no idea what I'm talking about in the video. And I know what many of you are going to say. This is a good thing. YouTube is recommending small channels, because in the past, YouTube was typically bad at promoting smaller channels, and I completely agree. This is a really good first step, but it needs to be tweaked. As a viewer, show me small creators with a channel in the appropriate niche. And as a creator, show my content to the appropriate niche. It seems like a win-win for everyone. So I said in the beginning, I have explanations to why YouTube feels different nowadays and why all these issues have occurred, and this is it. YouTube has adjusted its algorithm. Sort of. I know. Hold up. If you know anything about the quote-unquote algorithm, you probably want to click off this video because the algorithm is just technically people. But please, hear me out. Tom Scott did a fantastic video on the YouTube algorithm 6 years ago that explains how the algorithm uses machine learning to dictate how videos are promoted on the website. The machine learns from people or viewers. YouTube does not control that, but YouTube can and does change something else. The framework that decides whether a video is good or bad and how a video is showcased.
The algorithm is a black box. No one knows what it's doing. All YouTube can do is change the feedback it's getting, change the signals that say this is good or this is bad.
YouTube can and has changed the signals and where the signals come from in the past.
Changes are happening all the time because we're always trying to get better about giving people the right content that they're going to find satisfying.
The Creator Insight channel, which is run by YouTube's tech team, has explained and been open about this in the past. Throughout YouTube's history, it has adjusted the homepage a bunch, added and taken away features, and even introduced a satisfaction metric. And the same thing applies right now. They added shorts and clearly are trying to give newer channels more impressions. That's not viewers or random people. That's YouTube deciding it. Right now, I have 10 recommended videos showcased on my homepage. Nowadays, 1 out of 10 is typically a random channel I'm not subscribed to or in an irrelevant niche. Viewers didn't decide this. YouTube did. Now let's address the counter argument. Those of you might say, oh, well, those 10 viewers that watched that video might also like the content in your niche too. So it's presenting that video to you because it's adjacent. Well, listen, if that's the case, is that really how you want YouTube recommending content to people? I'm sorry, that system sucks. If you're telling me that all 10 viewers who watch this tiny Let's Play video also likes commentary, that doesn't change the fact that I or me have no desire to watch it. I'm sorry, but that's a crappy system. If I was a betting man, I'd say something changed over the last year or so. Perhaps with the rollout of shorts, that changed YouTube's recommended and suggested system. And again, I don't think these changes are meant to be bad. This is probably the best time to start a YouTube channel. People are getting thousands of impressions left and right. I just wish, as a viewer and a creator, impressions were a bit more qualified. Because right now, YouTube feels different. I'm not getting the content I want to watch recommended to me, and it's incredibly frustrating. I'd love for YouTube to look at my top 10 new channels for the month and recommend new channels in those niches. For example, Spotify has a unique content discovery system. They have multiple discovery tabs where you can pick and choose what content you want recommended to you. They have a section based on your recent listening, a section for picks for you, typically a few sections that has music that you already listen to, newer stuff, older stuff, different years, genre, or even what your friends are listening to. Why can't YouTube's homepage have a system like that? I don't know, maybe a what Nikki Jakey viewers also watch section.
Many of us have been told that the only way that Jews can be safe is if Palestinians live under this oppression and violence. Modes and men, thank you very much for talking to us out on the record. I want to start like this. What is Simone's story? The story of my family is that one of my grandfathers was a Jewish soldier in World War II who actually fought to liberate the camps. My other grandfather escaped from Poland with his family in the 1930s, and his mom was one of the only ones of her siblings to get out before the war. So those are kind of the two narratives that shaped my upbringing. I grew up in a community that, you know, never again was pretty close to home, and a pretty formative message of my upbringing. That also extended to a mandate to support and defend the state of Israel. Words like occupation and apartheid were not part of my lexicon. The first question was just like, what is this? You know, is this true? And I started reading and I started learning, and I went to Israel, Palestine. I went into the West Bank, and I saw for myself a lot of these realities, and it transformed my life.
So it transformed your life. But did you have these conversations with your family as well? Like in the community?
These are conversations happening across Jewish communities and Jewish families around the world, frankly, about, you know, the reality that too many do not want to look at head on. It's much easier to not have to look at the atrocities that are being committed in our names as Jewish people.
Well, you said earlier, never again, but never again to everyone. So again, why isn't that message landing within the community?
Well, you know, there's actually thousands of Jewish people around the world, including Jewish Israelis, who are speaking out against the violence happening in Gaza right now. The U.S. in particular, we're seeing thousands of American Jews, you know, showing up to rallies, calling for a ceasefire, seeing the violence in Gaza and feeling echoes of violence that our people have experienced in the past, and saying that the lesson of what we have learned from the fight against anti-Semitism is a universal message of fighting against racism and discrimination and state violence, not just for us, but for all people. So, yeah, those are lessons that hit very close to home. And I think that message is being heard. You know, I have a lot of Jewish friends who have said things to the effect of like, you know, these messages were drilled into us as kids, and now we are taking those lessons to heart and speaking about them actually consistently with what we were taught as kids. And of course, for some people in our community, that is unacceptable, because for some people in the Jewish community, the lesson of the Holocaust is never again only for us, and it's a free pass to not have to be concerned about violence against other people. And specifically, it's a free pass to turn away from the violence of the Israeli state.
Well, you're obviously very passionate about your community, your faith. You've been called a self-hating Jew. How do you feel about that when someone says that about you? Or because you're just questioning what you've been taught or how you've been raised?
One of the primary strategies of Israel advocacy is to, you know, collapse that rich tradition of debate and to kind of say there can only be one Jewish position on this issue, which is supporting Israel. And anybody who dissents from that is self-hating,
is a traitor, and it's just so counterfactual to what actually the history of Jewish life is. I mean, there have always been Jews who dissented against Zionism. There have always been deep debates about Israel and what the relationship of Jews around the world should be to the state, and just deep disagreements about Israeli government policy. I mean, the idea that that Israel is an apartheid state is something that Israelis talk about, and abroad it's cast as this act of treason to say that.
Okay, Bella, how has this war changed the dynamics between the Zionists and anti-Zionists in the Jewish community?
Look, I mean, the first thing is that it's absolutely it's a deeply terrifying, shattering moment. Most people I know are 1 or 2 degrees away from somebody who was affected by the horrors of October 7th. So it's personal, it's close to home. In these moments of this much crisis and trauma, it's often hard to actually have level-headed conversations. It reveals the extent to which people have been able to look away from the reality on the ground, and the reality that the state of Israel has a system that guarantees rights for one group of people, for Jewish people, and denies them from an entire other group of people, Palestinians, under the rule of the government. And human rights experts, security experts, academics, civil society members have been warning for years that this situation is unsustainable and that it's a security risk to Israelis as well as to Palestinians. You cannot keep people under this horrific amounts of oppression and expect, it not to explode at some point. And we're in a very painful moment of those warnings coming to fruition. I think that people who have not been facing that reality are not even able to comprehend it. They want to say this came out of nowhere. This was completely unprovoked. I'm not justifying the violence of October 7th. I am saying that to get beyond this moment of devastation, we have to understand how we got here.
We still have friends on the ground in Israel. Obviously without, saying their names or without identities. What have they been saying to you about the current situation?
They feel completely abandoned by a government that is prioritizing this war of death and destruction in Gaza over the safety and well-being of its own citizens. And a lot of my friends, a lot of my Israeli friends are activists. They're terrified to speak out. The very small protests for a ceasefire, small but growing protests for a ceasefire. The people who go out and call for a ceasefire, they are risking their own safety. There's lots of Israeli activists and Palestinian citizens of Israel who are targeted from within. And it's a very, very scary time for them. And not to mention, these are people who are speaking out, having lost family members, friends, community members on October 7th. The Israeli human rights community is speaking out against the war in Gaza for a future of safety and equality and freedom for all people after having faced so much of their own personal devastation and loss, and being called traitors also by fellow citizens and by the government.
You feature in a new film called Israelism, and it argues that, or it shows Jewish Americans they're raised to defend the state of Israel. And I think there was a line in an article that you're raised to see Israel as a Jewish Disneyland. Did anyone tell you not to take part in this film? Or advise you not to do this? Because this was filmed before October 7th as well.
I could say that I was raised to see Israel as this abstract place. I mean, I got to know the place and the people there, but there's a way in which also, my connection to the place was about my own identity as a Jewish person and disconnected from the reality of what that project actually meant for the real people who live it. I think this is such an important conversation to have right now because it's not just an American Jewish conversation, it's also very much the American conversation, which completely erases Palestinians from the story. I mean, we have, members of the US government, members of Congress who they've hosted 2 vigils since October 7th to mourn the Israeli lives lost on October 7th. They have yet to hold a vigil to mourn Palestinians when the death toll is, just rising by the minute. I mean, it's obscene. And I think the refusal to see Palestinian humanity and reality is part of why our politics are so skewed on this issue.
President Joe Biden has been showing his unwavering support for the Israeli government. Of his actions, his rhetoric, and how do you think this will actually affect his chances for re-election next year in 2024?
So President Biden has very recently spoken about the idea that Jews are not safe without the state of Israel. Now, I think that is an outrageous comment for the President of the United States to make. American Jews should be safe because we're protected by the country that we live in. The way that President Biden has stoked the flames of revenge inside Israel, the way that the U.S. has unconditionally supported the devastation in Gaza, and to say that he's doing it in the name of Jewish people and keeping us safe, when we're seeing what the blowback of that is actually looking like in our communities. I mean, the levels of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia that this moment is stoking, I see President Biden as responsible for that in part. The job of the President of the United States is to stop pitting communities against each other. We have a gun violence problem in America. We have a racism problem in America. We have a violent extremism problem in America, and he should be dealing with that and not saying that he's keeping me safe by funding a massacre of Palestinians overseas. I mean, it's absolutely horrifying to me.
Would we have had a different outcome if the administration was under a Republican president?
I think what's so depressing to me about this moment is how does not seem to be very much difference between the mainstream Democratic and Republican positions when it comes to the assault on Gaza. The backlash against people speaking out about Palestine is being used to fuel this Republican-led effort, ban the teaching of critical history, to outlaw protests. We are seeing them using Palestine as the tip of the spear for this broader anti-democratic assault, and they're saying that they're doing it to protect Jewish people. We know that couldn't be farther from the truth.
Do American Jews feel safe at the moment?
I think there is a lot of fear in many of our communities right now. I think the way that, Jews have been conflated with the Israeli government deeply endangers us. We know that there is often a rise in anti-Semitism when there's a rise in violence in Israel-Palestine. I think it is really scary for a lot of Jews who rightfully fear being targeted by the backlash, by people who are angry at the state of Israel and constantly hear including from politicians, that this is being done in the name of Jewish people, and they take out that anger on us. That's not to say those people should be held accountable for anti-Semitism and for the violence that targets our community. And I also think it's important to say that a lot of the people who are promoting that conflation, who are trying to
it's 3:30. I'm gonna just hang out. Let's hang out for a couple minutes, just to give folks a chance to join us on the YouTube live stream. How you all doing? It's Indigenous Peoples Day.
always Today is Indigenous Peoples Day.
Yes, which shirts are you wearing? Which earrings are you wearing? Okay. All right, you ladies ready?
Always.
So I want to welcome all of our participants on this webinar and everyone at home viewing on YouTube. Welcome to the We Are All on Native Land conversation about land management. I'm really glad that we have such an overwhelming response from people interested in this topic. And what a great way to celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day by talking about native land, right? So I want to introduce myself. My name is Deborah Yapapan. I'm Miss Pueblo in Korean. I'm a mother, wife, daughter, artist, Chicagoan, and currently I'm the community engagement coordinator at the School Museum in Tony. We are renovating our Native American home. So I want to welcome my friends and colleagues here who are joining me in this conversation, and I'm going to go ahead and give you all a chance to introduce yourselves. Starting with Heather.
Hi, everybody. My name is Heather Miller. I am an enrolled citizen of the Wyandotte Nation from Oklahoma. I am the executive director of the American Indian Center here in
Wait.
A 10-story development on Kingsway with 219 units. Some of the properties has filed a petition in BC Supreme Court asking for more time to restructure its finances. The company is involved in 16 real estate projects in Vancouver. Among them is 3 of which have been sold. On Kingsway with 219 units, some of which have been sold. The petition says the company has had difficulty servicing debt amid rising interest rates. So what does this mean for people who have invested?
If I was a buyer personally, I would be concerned, and I would take my contract of purchase and sale to a lawyer and get them to examine the wording and see what their options are. Are they able to get out of the contract?
Coromendel's development on Oak and West 62nd Avenue is 60% complete. 22 of the 23 townhomes have already been sold, which Goldman says is a unique situation.
They would have potentially sold their condo units 2 years ago, and they made the assumption that the underlying factors in the equation, the variables in the equation, would be constant. And nobody knew that interest rates would have gone up more than any time in recorded history in the shortest period of time.
This comes as new data from Statistics Canada shows 23% of homeowners in BC are property investors. Housing analyst Andy Yan has found that a third of all new properties built since the 2000s in Metro Vancouver were specifically for investment. The rising interest rates pose a distinct dilemma.
I think that a lot of this is a bit of, I think, uncertain territory, but yet I think at the same time, there's a profound kind of questions in terms of how Canadian housing policy ought to look like, as well as the finance.
Despite their rocky conditions, interest rates may have put some investors and developers in. Goldman does not see this as a precursor of further troubles. As for Coromandel, the petition says without protection, the company will not be able to explore restructuring and may be forced to liquidate its assets. Yasmin Gandon, CBC News, Vancouver.
Okay, there are a few stories that make Vancouver like more than a snow day here because it really happens. And I'm talking about housing.
Go ahead. Okay. What? I do not believe you. Hmm?
In the world, there's about 150 movies in almost 50 years. Same time. With a lot to say, who thinks a lot, who thinks really, who's also an accomplished musician. He has a project coming up that you probably.
There is a 100% probability that our sun is generating what we call a GMV, which is a solar storm that hits our Earth and the magnetic field that we have around the Earth, and can fry everything that is electric above the ground, including our entire grid.
And this would happen for hinting at.
Thanks to Jeffrey Epstein and the people who kind of groomed and helped Jeffrey Epstein rise. But for folks that maybe haven't read this article yet, kind of give us the 30,000 feet view. What is this about, and what are maybe the most interesting?
The same people who enabled Jeffrey Epstein are the same people responsible for the rise of Jamie Dimon, particularly the reason why.
Well, and for people not that familiar with PSAR, who was he?
So he was best known, I guess, as an international lawyer, sometimes described as a human rights lawyer in a lot of the puff pieces about him, particularly those written about his relationship with Anthony Blinken. But actually, Samuel PSAR was, not necessarily entirely focused on human rights. For example, he was a lawyer to a lot of major companies, including Occidental Petroleum, which was run for a long time by Armand Hammer. And
Thanks for clicking. The Bank of Canada decided to step into the repo market, providing $30 billion in temporary loans into the system. This according to absolutely zero media outlets, but found on the Bank of Canada's website.
Oh, okay. Very busy.
The repo operation, which the bank only does when overnight funding conditions require a temporary liquidity injection, meaning cash, demonstrates growing stress in the system. Not immediate stress, but stress nonetheless. Starting on January 3rd, the bank has injected almost $5 billion per day vis-a-vis the repo market. For its part, Canada doesn't have much experience with having to inject money into its banking system. But luckily, or not, the United States does. And their experience can provide us with some insight into what might be going on in our own banking system. What might be going on that would have required the Bank of Canada to inject $30 billion into the system. So what I want to do today is go over what the repo market is, go over what the Bank of Canada may have had to enter it, and then discuss the implications going forward. The repo story that we're going to discuss today is in many ways an old one. In many ways an old one in the United States, but Canada hasn't seen it yet, as we never had quantitative tightening until now. We are obviously going to track how all of this plays out on this channel. Click like and subscribe if you want to do but for now, let's get into the repo market. On the repo market, first off, what exactly is the repo market? Repo stands for repurchase agreement. Repurchase agreements that happen every single day can occur between banks and other financial institutions. At the end of the day, every day, a bank may not have enough cash on hand to handle its operations. It may have lent it out to various other institutions. It may have lent it out via mortgages, it may have bought government bonds, credit cards, etc. For whatever reason, a bank could be out of cash. But on the other hand, while the bank may be out of cash, it does have assets. It does have collateral. It has those mortgages. It has those government bonds. So at the end of the day, every day, if a bank is out of cash,
buying or selling a property can be a little different in the province of Quebec compared to other provinces across Canada, and that's not just because we speak both French and English in the province. In today's video, I'm going to share with you exactly what the differences are, but first, let's roll the intro. General, it's important to understand the rules, the rules, interpretation, and the way the buying and selling process works in Quebec compared to other provinces in Canada. In general, one of the most well-known things about Quebec is the fact that we speak both languages. However, it's not the only thing that is different about Canadian provinces when it comes to real estate law. In Canada, unlike other provinces in Canada that follow common law, in Quebec, the law is based on the civil code. The civil code is the detailed written record of the law, whereas the common law, on the other hand, is reviewed by all other provinces, involved over time with the precedents set by court judges. This would be the first thing that differentiates Quebec from real estate in Canada. Because first, there are real estate moving on, in Quebec, real estate brokers are governed by an association called OACIQ. The OACIQ is responsible for overseeing all real estate brokers across the province. The main mission of the OACIQ is to protect the public and enforce real estate brokers. By doing so, they oversee the use and protection of good real estate transactions. The OACIQ is also responsible for issuing real estate brokers licenses and providing continuing education, among other things. From my understanding, land transfer taxes aren't only used to Quebec, but what is unique about our land transfer taxes is this. Land transfer taxes in Quebec so we learned the land transfer taxes is what we who went to Quebec real estate was responsible for the creation of the law. The last thing I saw was rules in legal transfers to Russia, which is why we say it's what is also different about the land transfer taxes that you see in Ontario is that the tax is not paid the same way as it is itself. In fact, this is usually the tax is the land transfer tax goes about 4 to 6 weeks after the rollout of purchase and we welcome it to the law. Speaking of rollout in Quebec, all real estate transactions must be rolling after the notary in other provinces, sometimes in the state of the notary of the Quebec the notary is responsible for the reading the public ownership, the sale, the reading the certificate of location, the reading of acceptance, and registering of sale. They are also responsible for registering all persons in in Quebec, the body is responsible for keeping the record Another interesting fact about Quebec Canada is that we not only use is relisted, but many buyers and sellers of passport also use the local website emphasizes as a more popular alternative to relisting. One popular listing in Quebec that listing their options is on both websites, looking at this and finally, the last difference between Quebec and other provinces in Canada is the lingo and terms we use when it comes to real estate. When dealing with Canada, when it comes to real estate or its laws. In fact, unlike other provinces in Canada that follow common law, in Quebec, the law is based on the civil code. The civil code is based on a detailed written record of the law, whereas common law, on the other hand, which is used by all other Canadian provinces, evolves over time based on
I'd call that a
precedents set by court
dictatorship.
judgment. This would be the first thing that differentiates Quebec real estate compared to the rest of Canada. Because if there are any judgments to be made in
Everything
real
is
estate
around mafia.
transaction, we would follow the civil code in Quebec.
Not the
as
mafia,
opposed
just like
to common
mafias.
law.
All the
Moving
mafias.
on, in Quebec, real estate brokers are governed by an association called OACIQ. The OACIQ is responsible for overseeing all real estate brokers across the province. The main mission of the OACIQ is to protect the public by enforcing the Real Estate Brokerage Act. By doing so,
Or to
they
keep
oversee
English
the real estate
people
profession
from
and ensure real estate
having homes
transactions
and
are
making
carried out
starve to death and freeze to death.
The OSIQ is also responsible for issuing and
See,
maintaining
Native
real
people shouldn't
estate
do that.
brokers
They fuck
licenses
up over us
and
too.
providing continuing
Nothing
education.
to do with the fact you're
among
Native.
other things. From my understanding,
That's the fact you're not
land
French.
taxes aren't only unique to Quebec. What is unique about our land transfer taxes is its nickname. Land transfer taxes in Quebec are more commonly known as the welcome tax. Funny enough, the land transfer tax is known as the welcome tax because of Jean Bienvenu, who was the Quebec minister who was responsible for implementing the tax. The last name of Jean Bienvenu in English translates to welcome, which is why we say welcome tax. What is also different about the land transfer tax in Quebec, unlike BC or Ontario, is that the tax is not paid the same day as the official sale. In fact, you should usually expect to receive the land transfer tax bill about 4 to 6 weeks after notarizing your purchase as a welcome gift to your new home. Speaking of notarizing in Quebec, all real estate transactions must be notarized by a notary in order to be considered an official sale. In other provinces, home buyers can usually choose between a lawyer or a notary. However, in Quebec, that is not the case. The notary is responsible for reviewing the titles of ownership, creating the deed of sale, reviewing the certificate of location, creating the statement of adjustments, and registering the sale.
They figured, well, lawyers are pretty fucking easy to pay off.
Dispersing all proceeds to the parties involved.
But guess what? Apparently so are notaries.
The buyer is usually responsible for choosing the notary and paying the notary fees, which can range between $1,300 to $1,800 on average. Another interesting fact about Quebec, as opposed to other provinces in Canada, is that we not only use the national website realtor.ca to view listings, but many buyers and sellers in Quebec will also use the provincial website centris.ca as a more popular alternative to view listings. When a property is listed in Quebec, the listing will automatically appear on both websites, realtor.ca and centris.ca, among other ones. Finally, the last difference between Quebec and other provinces in Canada is the lingo and terms we use when it comes to real estate. When dealing with the paperwork in Quebec,
language in general,
you'll often see a property referred to as a removable property. The term generally describes the property and just another way of saying the house or the condo. Some other different terms we use are hypothèque instead of mortgage in the official documents, promise to purchase instead of purchase agreement, and certificate of location instead of land survey. Hopefully this video will give you a good idea of some of the differences in Quebec as opposed to other provinces in Canada. It will help you better prepare yourself for when you decide to buy or sell real estate in Montreal or Quebec. If you've made it this far, I want you to let me know below in the comments any other differences you might know of that exist in Quebec and not in the rest of Canada. Drop a comment below and let me know. If ever you're looking to purchase a property in Montreal or its surrounding areas and have any questions,
I think 2% is significant for this market. Have got to be completely fabricated.
The only reason I say about the Canadian banking system, because like, I'm not working at the banks. I know what it takes to get qualified for my fund. I know what it takes for every mortgage I've ever got. I remember I tried to find something to do one of these banks and mortgages one time, and I couldn't find anything. I asked realtors, I even asked realtors. They all said no. Maybe because of the color of my skin, I was gonna ruin the whole thing.
But again, but the other one is very difficult. But even if it isn't like you just go to the broker and at the end of the no, you're not qualified. Like today you go number 3, you will be able to get your money. The other one is private bank. Always self-owned mortgages are private bank. Got to get out. Those were 3 B's where you go higher a tier. The person can pay for it, so what you get, and you get it to an overlender, and they buy it. They fall for it. The tax law is like significant. I think 2% is significant, but it's not significant. Have got to be completely advocated, right? Completely advocated. We know that on the private mortgages, that's certain. And those are back to the policy, those are not private, but I'm going to very one of the guys at work, he worked in the farm. He got fired because he was the there's a lot of interesting things going on. You touched on that last episode. I used to have a good incident but I can't recognize fighters. What you got to do I thought you were going in the houses and returning the paper across the society was all what using it. I don't remember how that works. I mean, I don't when you look at like that, I was out the house and they were like, what was about the economy? And you sort of think like, yeah, that makes sense. But then you think, well, how does that work as an insurance is just going to pay out? And then they're just going to rebuild it. Like, that's just silly. How does it work on a financial level? If they're raising inflation, so what they're banking on, like if this was the person who was banking on that extra year, break it out, somebody told them. Somebody thought that. In Toronto,
Mes premières vacances à Québec, c'était par hasard.
Was that good?
Immigration policies are pushing the country towards a crisis at breakneck speed. For many Canadians, this is a hard reality to accept because throughout its entire 150-year history, Canada has been a nation of immigrants. First came the French, the English, the Scottish, and the Irish. In the 20th century, Canada saw new waves of immigrants from Italy, Greece, Poland, and Portugal. And in the past 50 years, Asia has become the primary source of migrants to Canada, with immigrants from China, India, Vietnam, and the Philippines being the largest groups coming to the country. For generations, each of these groups and many others were able to build numbers of lives for themselves in Canada. Today, the country is a vast mosaic of ethnicity, cultures, and religion. And that's something communities are proud of, which is why it's taken many of them a long time to realize that the old reality of Canada has an immigrant nation is beginning to fall apart. It's falling apart because Canada has lost its ability to absorb new migrants. The country is facing a massive housing crisis, made worse by a government that recently increased immigration laws. It refuses to take responsibility for passing new housing policies. Now, these words is what? I believe in a primary public responsibility. And the healthcare system is under severe strain. Many of the people working in it are saying it's on the edge of falling apart. And it's being made worse by professional medical associations to keep the supply of doctors and nurses low, even as the country's population grows and grows. Canada wants to make society fall apart. Where is it headed now? In this video, we'll ask these questions. But before we do, be sure to subscribe to our channel to get notifications on all our latest news and analysis. If you like this video, hit the like button and help us spread word. For generations, Canada took in a large amount of energy. Among the highest levels of energy development, that's where the big population was. In the mid-1980s, Canada had 25 million people. This year, the country's population is 40 million. For the most part, this rapid growth was never a problem. Canada is the last country suffering about 6 times the iron mortgage tax. Where's Canada really? In fact, the difference between cities and towns in Canada is so huge that many in the country felt isolated from the rest of the world. As immigration arrived in Canada's cities grew bigger, that sense of isolation began to fade. In Canada, maybe more so than in any other country, immigration was seen as a good thing. But today, people are beginning to question what it has still to face. Especially in light of Canada's liberal government. By Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, which is repeatedly increasing inflation levels to the point that it is now feeling the economic crisis, even though the government doesn't want to admit it. For many years, Canada had an immigration quota of around 250,000 people per year. Several years ago, the government increased that target to around 850,000. After the COVID pandemic ended, the government again increased the target, this time to around 400,000 people. In 2023, that number is rising again to as many as 505,000 immigrants. And by 2025, Canada will be taking around 550,000 migrants per year. But that's not all, because over the years, Canada has developed other ways to keep it around. One is college and university students from abroad, hundreds of thousands of them per year. Canadian students love foreign students because they pay higher tuition than local students. The international students will become a pass-off to universities every year. Canadian students spend more and more on their money than they make. Other ways getting into Canada is the temporary businesses that are having a hard time finding workers, not affecting their inflation. They can always bring in foreigners into the country who are willing to work for less money than Canadians. Over the years, this has had a negative impact on Canadian earnings. Generations ago, Canadians earned roughly what Americans earn today. The average Canadian earns about 22% less than Americans. The average wage in Canada is $44,000 compared to $57,000 in America. The temporary foreign worker program isn't the only reason Canadian earnings are falling behind America. It's two major things. Between the foreign worker program, the international students, and the immigration system, Canada's population increased by 1.2 million people in just the last year. That's a huge number for a country of 40 million people. But here's the thing, Canada can't handle this level of population growth. One example of the problem is the country's universal health care system. During the pandemic, when healthcare workers left the profession,
Oh no, they quit because the government said they can't wear the stupid things they had. Good thing the crucifix was in your shirt. Oh, that means you guys are going to take the crucifix off the Parliament building. How could you suggest such a thing? That's blasphemy.
Canada doesn't recognize the medical credentials that most of the countries are taking into account. This is intentional. The country has powerful professional organizations like the Canadian Medical Association, a limited number of doctors that are able to graduate from school, and they ensure that doctors trained in other countries can work in Canada. By doing this, they're creating an artificial shortage, which ensures that business of doctors stay high. Even with your temporary foreign worker program, this is down the way to working in the community. Doctors are acting as policemen. keeping their own as their child. Doing so, they're literally improving their lives. Healthcare is the only thing that really works. Last year, because this country cannot fix the high interest rates. Many developers are coming back and construction. They can't afford the loans and they have to pay loans to build new homes. But even though Canada's population is accelerating, home construction is slowing down. This year, Canada is fixing their construction on just over 200,000. The problem with this is obvious. The cost of housing is soaring. The average house price in Canada has doubled in the last decade. And the fastest growing city Canada's political leaders don't see the connection between immigration and because it's reduced this problem. The reality is that concerning the population, Canada has had immigration levels this high before. It happened briefly in the 1940s. But here's the thing. Canada is very different. No. No. Canada is a hardcore capitalist you can build anything you want. Canada's population grew in 40%. Developers were able to build fast-tracking housing and educated cities. And the material issues and the blue-collar workers needed to build housing were everywhere. But since then, Canada has become much more restricted about where and when housing can be built. Zoning laws were put into place to limit the height of buildings in major cities. Bureaucracy involved in building housing, loans, and roads. Housing development used to go through dozens of assessments and reviews before it arrived. And in recent years, individuals have become opposed to sprawl. Most of Canada's major cities have unified element cities in Toronto, which is raised by a greenbelt where no development can take place. And despite the housing shortage, Canadians don't want dirty sprawl. In Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario recently allowed some development in Greenbelt, which caused a massive backlash in the area. Of course, Canadians want to have their cake and eat it. But as house prices rise, growing numbers of people are being pushed out of housing altogether. Homeless can't find housing all over the country, even in smaller cities that have hundreds of houses before. The city of London, Ontario, now has homeless encampment along the edge of the river, right next to the town. In Toronto, homelessness used to be rare. Today, Howard Garden, a beautiful botanical garden in the city center, has become one of the homeless.
Yeah, more fucking do the rock. There's no fucking houses.
Young people are unable to buy homes because of high prices. Also,
Why?
high mortgages. Many households are now in the first generation of parenting or children. Canadians were felt isolated in their country. Today, they're feeling increasingly crowded. So the question is, why is this beginning? And for
Well, because they're just fucking warmongering fucking haters.
Their rationale for this policy is the century initially said the world is changing at a rapid pace. Our population is increasing, we're having to do children in our workplace. We say that we're Canada's only GDP growth economy, along with our influence growing our population to 100 million by 2100 would reduce the burden on government revenues on healthcare, old age security, and other services. It would also enable workers, innovation, and dynamism to the economy. Our peers and people that want Canada's population to grow. The century initiative is staffed by some of Canada's most prominent politicians and business. It's just cross-secting expenses. There are people who will never have to worry about the cost of housing or the possibility that their children will become homeless. If they get sick, they can afford to
I'm alright. I'm not going to show. I don't want. Oh, yeah. It's fucking neat.
The century initiative is right about something. It's wrong in a major fundamental way. We are like this Canada can't afford it to be for decades. Canada has been deficit spending to cover the cost of healthcare, retirement benefits, child support, and insurance. The biggest is basic growth, tourism, immigration, tax revenue, and business capital But the problem with this limited dedication and concept, the larger populations that allow the government to calculate debt, but it also means higher healthcare costs, lower retirement payments, and new debt and expenses. In other words, criminal history supplement and its Ponzi scheme. But today's population growth came through yesterday's population. Tomorrow's population growth will have to pay for today's population. Sooner or later, a Ponzi scheme will just not collapse. The Canadian government is pulling out all the stock payments of the Ponzi scheme. And there's money. So when you look at it from the point of view of inflation, healthcare, or the environment, the food is unsustainable. Sustainable and injectable. Sooner or later, something in Canada is going to break. Whether it's inflation system, or health consultant, or mental association, or policy. Canada is on the full speed way to the wall. If Canada's political leadership doesn't change direction, it will hit that brick wall sooner or later. If you like this video, please hit the like button and help us spread the word. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel for notifications on our latest news and analysis. In the meantime, check out here at these videos too to learn more.
Oh, you mean the fucking thing to the inside of the ground? Yeah, that's a problem. It's finally necessary so that planes don't nosedive into the ground. Too good. Okay, airports don't even get in the eye anymore. That's a truck. We're getting sweet deals, quarters, 10 hours. This means your probationary time takes way longer. And then they fucking put you on a graveyard shift 2 days before your fucking probationary period is up. And you call your union rep anyway? Guess who it is? Your boss, brother. Was it just an accident? Military, army, we supply their army with our fucking, with our planes. So that's great. You know, look at it. You still don't really understand it. They said that's what she was having. Yeah, you guys fucking knew. Because their nose dive into the ground. Not ideal for playing. Fucking dick. Incompetent. I also have the reason those fucking things nose dive is because the piece that they replaced is cheaper. Oh. Finally, that's not bad service.
I'm in a big war with Ukraine. It's not looking good. I want to be sure I get German and with European support. And I know winter is coming, and it's going to be bad. I don't want the Germans to say we got to check out because we're getting massacred. We'll be massacred with no.
It's so dull.
And we're going to check out and we're going to open up the gas line, which they could do. So it took away that option, and what that has done, as you know, America has been talking about ever since the first pipeline North Stream 1 came online in 2011.
Really?
Years before it was being built. This goes back to the Bush-Cheney years, and as you know, I did a lot of reporting for the New Yorker on those people, on that particular ghetto. Anyway, and at that time they began to talk about the threat. It's the threat of gas, the threat of cheap energy for Europe. We've always seen as a threat to make Europe be more palatable or more willing to trade with Russia. We always wanted to isolate Russia. This has been a theme of the last decade.
Can I ask you also that there are several people, obviously you've gotten criticism at times from many, but there are some people who
Did you ever wonder if birthday holds information?
Zip Dog is responsible for Tupac's murder.
Tupac's death turned the entire rap pipe down. After his death, everyone had something to say about how he passed. But the most insane thing is that it's not until now that 27 years have gone by that the truth is finally starting to be revealed. And Snoop Dogg managed to get himself into the whole situation, with everyone saying he had a role to play in Tupac's death. Keep watching till the end of this video to see
Suge Knight got out of jail.
Snoop Dogg for allegedly helping kill Tupac. Trust me, you don't want to miss this.
Seriously?
Before we get into the video, I want to do a quick shout out to the
He's gonna die in jail, so watch.
Ice Champ. The Ice Champ is doing a special deal for the next 24 hours on John's watches.
Should get murdered in jail. They're like, oh, what? What? We didn't think that would happen.
Tupac's death. On the night of September 7th, 1996, Tupac was in Las Vegas, Nevada to celebrate his business partner, Tyson Robinson's birthday, and to attend the Bruce Seldon versus Mike Tyson boxing match with Suge Knight at the MGM Grand Casino. In the lobby where the match was being held, someone in their group spotted Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, a Southside Fountain crip. The individual who spotted him accused him of accosting him in a shopping mall and trying to snatch his chain with a Death Row Records medallion on it. Apparently, Baby Lane got the beating of his life that evening. Tupac then headed to his hotel room, changed into fresh clothes, and then headed with Knight to his Death Row nightclub, 662, in a black BMW 750iL sedan as part of a larger convoy. At about 11 p.m. on Las Vegas Boulevard, bicycle-mounted police stopped the BMW for its loud music and lack of license plates. The plates were found in the trunk, and the car was released without a ticket. A few minutes later, at about 11:15 p.m., a white four-door late-model Cadillac sedan pulled up to the passenger side of the BMW. A man popped out of the car window, and shots were rapidly fired into the car. Tupac was struck 4 times. Once in the arm, once in the thigh, and twice in the chest, with one bullet entering his right lung. Shards hit Knight's head, leaving him wounded. Despite his injuries, Knight drove Tupac and himself a mile from the crime scene to Las Vegas Boulevard and Harmon Avenue. Tupac was taken to the University Medical Center of Southern Nevada, where he was heavily sedated and put onto life support. Tupac died of respiratory failure that arrest due to the removal of his right lung while in the critical care unit on the afternoon of Friday, September
You can lose
13,
one lung.
1996. Doctors tried to resuscitate him, but were unable to
What?
At 4:03 p.m., he was pronounced dead. Snoop Dogg speaks about his hate for Suge Knight. For a long time, Snoop Dogg and Suge Knight were unable to tolerate each other's presence. Though Snoop Dogg was signed to Death Row Records, which was managed by Suge Knight, they were always having misunderstandings, which eventually led to a beef that lasted for years. Snoop Dogg eventually shed some light on how the
Suge Knight is a fucking base fucking talentless fucking loser.
Snoop Dogg spoke about how he and Suge Knight had squashed their beef that had gone on for years. In the interview, when he was asked how things were with him and Knight, he had an irritated expression on his face and said, "We're real cool. We had a long 3-4 hour conversation one time. When I seen him, I was kind of doing what I wasn't supposed to be doing, and he slid up behind me. And instead of me reacting the wrong way, I just went into my regular mode. And I'm going to lay a broom to the side, and me and you can go upstairs and meet." And we got caught up on some real love. In another interview with Big Boy on his Big Boy's Neighborhood podcast, Snoop Dogg unexpectedly gave his former boss, Suge Knight, his flowers, praising him for changing his life by signing him to Death Row Records. On the podcast, Snoop Dogg explained that he and Suge Knight could never really agree on anything. Most of the decisions were made by Knight, and everyone else was bullied into conforming to those decisions. That Tupac was the only one Suge Knight didn't bully into doing things. That got the Godfather really angry. He blamed him for his not-so-friendly relationship with Tupac. He also explained that if someone was doing money things at Death Row Records, things would have been smooth between him and Tupac before his death. He also emphasized the fact that he was really happy with himself for patching things up with Tupac just before he died. Snoop Dogg talks about his final moment with Tupac. Tupac and Snoop Dogg were great friends from the West Coast rap scene. During the 2012 Coachella Festival, Snoop got his wish to perform one more time with Tupac, thanks to state-of-the-art technology.
Do you want to make $1,000 a day? Every day? Take 2 minutes to find out how to start earning in the first 24 hours. You can set a timer. Yes, you heard me right. In less than 24 hours, you will have $1,000 in your account, and then $1,000 a day for the rest of your life. Hundreds of people on my team have already started working on technology using artificial intelligence. My name is Harry Fisher. I'm one of the first to work with artificial intelligence, and right now I am recruiting a team of people who make $1,000 per day, starting the day they sign up for our project. A word of warning, the number of places is limited, and I will explain why later.
Perfect, Sam.
I mastered strategy after strategy for many years, trying to find the key to making money with artificial intelligence. My experience with neural networks goes back more than 10 years. I have been involved in the development of many projects using artificial intelligence. For example, I participated in the development of GPT Chat. For a major airline, we created a neural network that predicts ticket demand and manages prices completely without human assistance. I could tell you more about my projects over 10 years, but now is not the time for that. I only have 3 minutes to tell you how to start earning $1,000 every day. Okay, let's start with the fact that artificial intelligence is going to get smarter every day. Machine learning is a huge amount of new information every day in short.
Technology. In the concert, there was a hologram of the late rapper performing in front of a floored crowd. Snoop wore the old school attire to remember the good old days from the 90s. But fans had never really had a chance to hear about the moment when Snoop Dogg got to say his actual final goodbyes to the legendary rapper when he was on the verge of death. In fact, Snoop did get to see him one last time in an unresponsive state with tubes coming out of his body. During an episode of Impulsive with Logan Paul, the veteran rapper got to talk about those final moments on how Tupac's mother inspired him to be strong. With that fact in mind, he was when we tried to do this, we got the head wrapped up and he tells us what happened. At the time of Tupac's hospitalization, he and Snoop weren't on the best of terms due to personal drama, but the late rapper's mother urged them to put their differences aside and support his friend. She knew there was a little tension, but she knew how much we love each other, Snoop Dogg explained. So she gave us a moment for me to say some things to him as far as how much I love him. But I knew that was going to be my last time speaking to him. Snoop Dogg made a huge power play when he purchased the infamous Death Row Records in 2022. Friends and fans were very congratulatory toward the Dogg father, and there was a lot of interest in wondering what new ideas he would bring to the infamous label. One of those ideas was a hint about a collaboration with former foe, Bad Boy Records. The Bad Boy Records founder gave Snoop a round of applause for purchasing Death Row after praising him with some positive words. Congratulations, Sting. Great move, Sting said before Snoop replied, "You taught me how to play chess, not checkers." And he called Snoop Dogg one of his greatest students and told him he couldn't wait to have a sit down to hear everything new that might be for Death Row. Snoop added that he appreciated all the time they spent talking about ownership and making major plays before hinting at a future Bad Boy Death Row Records collaboration. Now we can do what we want to do, Death Row and Bad Boy. We've been doing it, Snoop Dogg said. Puff, I'm going to put it in the air. Quit playing with me. I'm going to put it in the air. We left hanging. If Diddy and Snoop managed to get an official collaboration done between the two labels, it would be a history-making moment. The beef between Bad Boy Records and Death Row Records changed hip-hop forever, as it pitted the West Coast and East Coast against each other. Tupac and the notorious B.I.G. would lose their wives due to the East Coast-West Coast feud, and their deaths still reverberate widely to this day.
Sugar knew that he was buying us.
How do you know it's a real place? You're going to have to elaborate on that. Well, the Garden of Eden, I saw that for a second. So I know in the Bible it says the Garden of Eden is, I believe, with a 4 rivers meet.
Oh.
What you're stating that they say.
Let me start by saying, I've done a lot of things in my life. I've been married 15 years.
You're in the quality.
The CBC's cancellation of their long-running New Year's Eve broadcast raises startling questions about where Canada's public broadcaster is funneling taxpayer dollars. Despite pocketing a whopping $1.3 billion of public funds this year alone, the CBC claims financial tax the celebration. This rings hollow considering the CBC gave out major bonuses amidst mass layoffs. As their viewers decline, Canadians are finally waking up to the corrupt, taxpayer-funded fear machine CBC has become. With Trudeau himself buying votes ahead of the election for delayed spending initiatives, the whole situation reeks of establishment elites scrambling to tighten their grip as they lose public trust. The CBC's NYE cancellation may be just the latest attempt to throw the blame on fiscal responsibility while distracting from their wasteful partisan agenda. One thing's clear, it's time taxpayers turn off the CBC and Trudeau's good. Welcome back to Street Politics Canada. The CBC is reportedly canceling its New Year's Eve special this year due to financial pressures, according to what the corporation told the Canadian press. The broadcast included popular Canadian musicians from across all genres who would take the stage for live performances, as well as a fireworks show. A sudden cancellation indicates showing changes in the corporation, as well as the start of many changes in the future. Heritage Minister Pablo Rodriguez confirmed sweeping changes are coming to redefine the CBC's purpose and priorities from the top down, urging the Liberal government to dictate their new mandate. And I really want to achieve that before the next election, to make sure that our public broadcaster is as well positioned as possible for the future, saying on told the Canadian press. However, will the CBC even have a future? The CBC's claim of financial pressures forcing the cancellation of their New Year's Eve broadcast does not withstand scrutiny. This rings hollow for an organization that just received $1.3 billion in taxpayer funds this year alone. Is $1 billion in taxpayer money a year not enough? A private company, $1 billion influx of cash would be cause for celebration, not cost cutting due to money trouble. But the CBC is far from a model of corporate efficiency and accountability. The CBC also recently engaged in layoffs of hundreds of staff. Meanwhile, they awarded executives lavish bonuses. Earlier this month, documents released under Access to Information requests show that between 2015 and last year, more than $99 million was paid out in bonuses to employees of the CBC, including $16 million paid to more than 1,000 employees in 2022. This seems contradictory. Why reward the leadership of a company facing supposed financial difficulties? The CBC's actions reveal an organization bloated by guaranteed government funding that incentivizes mismanagement rather than cost discipline. Their financial excuses appear to be public relations. This fits with a pattern of dishonesty and lack of transparency at the CBC. This documentation shows that narrows the public trust in the institution. They seem more focused on maintaining the appearance of fiscal accountability. Making it dependent on government funds rather than earning revenue directly from users. This financial relationship with the state inevitably influences its coverage. The corporation then began behaving like a communications team for that government. From disproportionate favorable coverage of Trudeau, hiring former Liberal candidates as pundits, the CBC often acts as a communications arm for the government. As the CBC's partisan bias became more evident, many viewers tuned out. Canadians still wanted partial issue-focused journalism. The CBC alienated audiences by appearing more like liberal PR than a public watchdog. Despite losing viewers and public trust, the CBC has doubled down on partisanship rather than course correcting. They cut services like the New Year's Eve show to control costs. They claim financial pressures rather than acknowledging their own failures. In summary, the CBC followed this pattern of becoming reliant on government funds, increasingly functioning as a state broadcaster, losing public support as a result, but refusing to correct their drift from quality public service journalism. The result is an organization in crisis, still avoiding the necessary reforms to win back public trust. You may be asking, where is Justin Trudeau in all of this? The timing of the CBC's NYP cancellation raises suspicion.
Running the country.
Liberals lighting in polls, Trudeau can focus on swaying public opinion with voting announcements conveniently timed around the next election. Just before Christmas, Trudeau paraded around Eastern Canada announcing all these great programs trying to buy back votes. Unsurprisingly, most of his promises won't come into effect until after the next election, and then he will do what he's done since 2015 and break most of the promises he initially made to gain support. Trudeau may exploit the New Year's Eve decision to justify further inflating CBC budgets, allowing them to continue functioning as a communications arm while claiming financial hardship. The CBC can return the favor with glowing coverage of Trudeau and his Liberal government. This cozy arrangement neatly masks the underlying corruption. Canadians may tolerate a financially mismanaged broadcaster, but one serving as an increasingly aggressive political entity crosses the line. The New Year's Eve cancellation appears to be just one chess move in the endless exchange of unethical favors between Liberal leaders like Trudeau and CBC executives to retain power at citizens' expense. This pattern continues in Trudeau's reckless pre-election spending spree. After driving Canada's budget deficits to historic highs even before the pandemic, Trudeau seems intent on buying votes through delayed new spending conveniently taking effect next year. Trudeau's planned tax hikes also indicate his indifference to ordinary Canadians' financial burdens. While families struggle with inflation, Trudeau implements carbon taxes, digital services taxes, alcohol taxes, all making life more expensive. And he claims to make life more affordable, and that he has Canadian tax. Due to mandated increases in Canada.
Play War Thunder now. Join millions of players across the globe in massive battles on tanks, aircraft, and helicopters.
The pension plan and employment insurance contributions, Canadians will owe higher payroll taxes. For individuals making over $72,200 annually will pay $347 more in payroll taxes next year, with their total payroll tax bill reaching $5,104. Employers will also be forced to pay $5,524 more per employee in payroll taxes in 2024. The federal government is implementing a new CPP2 tax that raises the income threshold subject to the pension plan. Despite claiming he wants to make life more affordable, Trudeau is actually raising taxes like the carbon tax that directly increase costs for Canadians. Rather than address Canada's real problems, Trudeau and the CBC both prefer political gain at the public's detriment. Their unethical patterns reveal blatant disregard for voters will only swell public outrage. The rise of alternative media unshackled from establishment control provides a glimpse of the future. The old institutions like the CBC and elites like Trudeau will pay the political price for taking Canadians for granted. Their day of reckoning approaches as the public seems to tune out. Trudeau specifically is facing a hard time in the polls. A new Ipsos poll found nearly 70% of Canadians think Trudeau should resign before the next federal election in 2025, according to a new survey by Ipsos. Younger Canadians especially think it's likely Trudeau will resign in 2024, with 38% expecting this to happen. Regardless of whether Trudeau resigns or not, 6 in 10 Canadians believe the federal election will occur in 2024 earlier than expected. If Trudeau remains Liberal leader for the election, polls also indicate he would likely suffer a landslide loss to the Conservatives. Either way, it definitely seems that Trudeau's time is up. The CBC's New Year's Eve decision reflects the deeper deterioration of principles in Ottawa, but it also offers hope that citizens are finally fed up with being manipulated by leaders who long ago stopped serving the people. Well, that's all for now. What do you think of the CBC's New Year's Eve show cancellation? Let us know what you think in the comments below. And if you haven't, please subscribe and leave a like for this video. Your support helps us continue our work. You can also follow us on Twitter, where we post stuff we can't post on YouTube. You can find the link in the description below. Thanks again for your support, and I will see you in the next one.
The group that I've been impressed with the most since I got into organized crime and that kind of stuff over the last 10 years are the Albanians. And you know why? Because first of all, these guys are crazy and savage, and that is a reputation that they have, rightfully so. They're extremely intelligent. So a lot of other people from other groups or law enforcement or whatever, I think that these guys are just, I don't know, these guys are so intelligent, especially when it comes.
No one should ever be ashamed of their savage. Fucking pseudo for something that isn't cool.
Back home, Albanian guy, he's a young kid, he's like late 20s, I think, and he's an IT guy. You know what I mean? He knows. That's not my world. I can't even talk about it. Yeah. You know, and he is a prime example of all these Albanians that are just really good with currency, with cyber stuff, hacking. Yeah, like they're so much bigger than just that group, you know. And now because of all the stuff that's happening in collaborating with all the lockups and stuff, they're also tightening their hold on the market, right? They are taking over the European market. Oh, tell us about that. Yeah, so the last few years, there's been so many busts between even Canada and Italy, Southern Italy, especially with the collaborators. Right. Had a huge chunk of the market. They dominated. It was like for a long time. It was like 80% in Europe first gets offloaded at the big Calabrian port down there. Exactly. There's a lot of heat coming down on that. Exactly. Right. So they're getting picked up like crazy. Yeah. They're still very strong, bro. So again in the media they'll tell you that this organization is in like 8 or 10 different countries. I talked to somebody on the inside and they said we're in over 140 countries. Wow. They are everywhere. Yeah. And these guys, they play it smart, man. They get involved in politics, judges, like all that. They buy everything. Yeah. Because they have so much money. Yeah. You look at I was looking at a news report from 2007 that said that they were making 60 billion euros a year. This small group from Colombia. Yeah. Right? And that is 2007. Yeah. So imagine how much they made during COVID. Right. All these organized crime groups actually got richer during COVID. A lot of people did, yeah. They got to legitimize themselves. Yeah. Everyone was selling everything.
I did that.
Right. Like everyone was so broke and they're selling their houses, their businesses, whatever. And the organized crime groups were like, yeah, let's buy everything, So yeah, it's an interesting part of what's happening in Europe right now. Do you think the Albanians are getting bigger than them? No. But they're passing the torch. You gotta understand that there's a lot of Albanians in Italy, right? So
I've heard that.
2 million, 3 million, something like that. And they've been there for quite a while. And they have great connections with the Calabrians. So this will never be a war.
They're making money together.
Yeah, they make money together. And to be
Really? You
honest,
haven't been plugged in this
and
whole
this is
time?
just from my
Great.
experience back in Winnipeg. The guy that I told you about, he could be my cousin. You know what I mean? Like, we're so similar, the way we speak, the way that we think and act. So Calabrians and Albanians, they really have, I don't know, some kind of chemistry between each other. So I think that this is more a passing over the torch. It might not be permanent. Let's see what happens later on with that. Let's see what happens if the Calabrians start to come back and the Albanians have control and they don't want to give it up. That could happen.
Right.
That always happens.
Because they're the ones that run England. Like Albanians are
100%,
dominating London
Not just
and
England. Bro, just quickly here. The one country that surprised the hell out of me years ago that I visited was Greece. So obviously they're in the Balkans.
So right up there, yeah.
Exactly.
Right above them.
But when I went to Greece, I met a couple of Italian guys that were out there that were doing some stuff. And I said, "What's the show out here?" And he's like, "The Albanians." I was like, "Really? Like what?" I was like, "Not the Greeks, not the Calabrians, not the Sicilians, whatever." He's like, "No, man, the Albanians have this place. There's so many of them. They're vicious. They're smart. You know, everything that I was saying about them. And I think they're the major European player right now."
Wow. Yeah. What other countries are they big in?
Canada. Yeah, like for instance, like even in my city, I'm seeing them pop up more and more. You know, I used to go to Little Italy. Every place has a Little Italy.
Yeah.
Little Italy is a place called Cordon Avenue in Winnipeg, and that's basically just a small strip, but everyone goes and hangs out there, especially during the summer. And you used to see there's a Bar Italia, and you used to see outside of Bar Italia Italians, right? And now you see a couple of them, but the rest are all Albanian. I'm like, okay, I can feel what's happening here. They're big in Ontario as well.
Yeah.
As for other countries, Colombia.
Right, because of course that makes sense.
They have to.
Okay, how does that work? How people born in Albania say, you know what, I'm going to go strike it out somewhere. I'm going to go to Winnipeg because I hear that market's open and this is what I can do. I can, start running, get into scams. So they just immigrate there and then their kids are born there and they get into it. Like, how does that happen? When people say, oh yeah, there's Albanians in 140 countries, there's Calabrians, like, how does that work? Is it like direct, like is it a conscious choice? I'm gonna go to Ontario, because we can make money there.
There you go. Yeah. So I think that there's certain hotspots, bro. Before I got involved in anything, so we're talking like 15 years ago, I used to hear a lot about the Albanians in New York.
Yeah.
So right when the mafia was starting to fall, right in the late 90s or whatever, early 90s, late 80s, early 90s. I heard a lot about Albanians going in there, man. And the way that people would talk about them, like I heard that like Russians were always the crazy guys.
Mm-hmm.
Russians were always the savage. Like you would hear these guys talk like Russian guys would talk to you like, what's wrong with Albanians? And that's a lot of respect coming from these guys that we think are stone cold killers, right? So yeah, I think that mentality, bro. Look at the biggest criminal organizations in the world on every level. So we're talking about Latinos, like Hispanics, we're talking about Europeans or whatever. Everyone's came from a poor country, bro.
Mm-hmm.
These people did not come from rich places.
Right.
A lot of these people were farmers. By the way, Calabrians were farmers.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Some of Italy had no infrastructure, no economy, nothing. They were just farming. And these guys started with kidnappings, and they ended up taking their kidnapping money and getting into.
Yeah,
they were so smart, right? Because the Sicilians had the money, but Calabrians were like, you know what? Kills people. We want someone that keeps coming back. We want someone we want a product that is somewhat socially acceptable,
right?
Which it was, especially in the U.S.
Yeah,
it's normal, bro. Back in the Miami days and whatever.
Step into Wix Studio, the web creation platform built for agencies.
Wait, what? Was that just like a part of it?
He said, when the old man was here, like you you're the only person that a friend. He had a lot of enemies. He couldn't let people know who he was or where he was or anything like that. And he didn't seem to care, you know. He'll never forget, you know, the times that he brought him his food or, you know, his teeth would fall out and you wouldn't laugh at him, you'd help him. I'd pick up his teeth and I'd go clean him, give him back to him, you know what I mean? He really respected that. And for me, it was just, I'm an empath. I'm natural. I want to help people, you know what I mean? I've always felt like a leader, but in a way, like a dominant, violent leader, but like just taking care of the people around me, right? So he goes on to tell me, he's like, you know, he said that you might be interested in making some money. So, you know, I have 2 envelopes for you. So he hands me 1 envelope. He's like, that's your gift. You know, happy birthday. Thanks for everything you did for the old man. He appreciates it. I appreciate it. We appreciate it. I remember he kept saying we a lot. We appreciate it. So let me know if there's a group involved. And then he hands me another envelope. And he's like, you know, take a look inside after I leave and make your decision. There's a number at the bottom of this piece of paper. And if you're interested, you can call me. So I open this first, the gift, right? You know, after I walk away and get
How
into
much
a
was
taxi.
it?
It was about I can't remember exactly, and I'm always bouncing back. I want to say it was like $3,800, right?
Okay.
And keep in mind I'm broke at the time.
Yeah.
So $3,800 is like that's paying my rent for a month or two and like, you know, putting some food in the fridge. I'm really happy. And then in the other envelope was a list of names, phone numbers, addresses, and amounts in dollars, right? So I kind of gathered, you know, I had to call the guy after a couple of days after I thought about it, but these were debts. You know what I mean? Yeah. So
what kind of debts were they? What amounts? You remember?
Yeah. So I remember the first couple of, it's almost like he did it in order, which I really like because I like people that are like, you know, like that, you know, in order alphabetically and all that kind of stuff. I don't know why I'm like that, but I like organized. So, you know, you start at the top and there was like, you know, $850, like it's nothing, $3,000, whatever. I think the final amount, because there's about 10 different names and numbers on there. And I think the last amount was around 15K or whatever, right? And all it said was like, you know, if you're interested, like contact me back, right? So eventually I call the guy from a payphone and I say, you know, is this what I think it is? Like, you want me to go collect this money? And he's like, yeah. He's like, can you handle that? I was like, yeah, no problem.
And where were these people located?
In my city.
Okay.
Okay, so there was 2. There was one in Ontario and there was one in Quebec as well, in Montreal. Or no, sorry, Laval in Quebec, right, which is outside of Montreal. But and that was a bigger amount, actually. I should say that. So all of them went well, to be honest. Like I collected in Winnipeg first because I had never gone to these other provinces and I didn't really know a lot of people there. I had some family, but not like connected guys or anything, just family members who would tell me like what to do in the city or whatever. So everything went smoothly and
How did you have any resistance? Like how'd you go about collecting money?
Okay, so this is explained in the book, but I really want to make it clear. Like I wasn't a tough guy. You know what I mean? Like I could be, right? Like a lot of people know me as a tough guy in the sense that I can be hard to deal with. I got a bit of an anger problem sometimes. Like, if you piss me off, I'll explode.
Oh shit!
But I was not like a
Baby, I love y'all.
So I was the guy that they sent before they sent the other guy, right? So like when it's not that serious, I go in there and I was like, you know, if you owe $3,500,